Maxilla, what's going on? Zimp, what's going on? Cali boy, what's up? How y'all doing today? Y'all caught me at the tail end of getting everything set up here. It gave me the go live option before I was ready, so I'm working on getting everything good. Sure, your hug's in the mail. It may take a little while getting through customs though. You may have to wait for it to get through customs. I love how every time I do this, it winds up being a little different from the last time I had it set up. Yeah, I'm good, Sint. I'm just kind of surprised that I can't get a... Oh, yeah, that's the Ozark Trail axis lock right here. Let me try to get my camera lined up the way I like real quick. That's the thing that's bothering me right now. And yeah, this thing has crept so far forward and it's just not in line with the rest of my stuff. Illumined, go get your own. Sean Snyder, what's up? Hey, I'll put socks on for $2. That's how that works. I don't understand this. The ring light hasn't moved that much from the last place I had it, but I can't get it to like line up where the sides of the table are where I want them. It's not trending as hard as I thought it would, but it's starting to show up. I know the Walmarts that have had them, like the one where I found mine, they were there, and then 2 days later they were all stripped out. They were gone because I had to drop by that Walmart twice to find these, and then I dropped by one more time to get that gift set that had the mossy oak axis lock in it. Which, God almighty, that gift, why is every single knife except the axis lock in that set tipped down? Why? Just porque? They didn't have to do that tip down. And it sucks, too, because I'd love to have been able to swap scales around. Like, I would have loved to have been able to swap scales out and put the white camo pattern scales on the axis lock, and it would have looked a little more interesting, in my opinion. Very cool, Sean. Yeah, well, I think the thing that we're missing right now is we haven't had one of the big boy channels, with their big boy pants on, do a video on them. So the bigger channels haven't hit that yet, so it hasn't just taken all the way off. G1, what's up? How you doing? We're fixing to do a Cardboard Slayer live stream and check out the edge retention on the new Ozark Trail axis lock. I'm looking forward to that. I'm expecting the first trip through is probably going to be an hour and a half. I'm expecting around 3 CR performance. Andrew the Weird, what's going on? How's it going? Punisher's not here yet. All right, Cali boy. But I think after I sharpen it and put an 18-degree edge on it, we should be able to get that time bumped up a good bit. That's the hope. That's the hope. That's the dream. It's like, even if it does badly here, like it's a $5 knife. It's one of the cheapest things you can get that's not just complete garbage and parts are going to fall off the second you open it. Gabriel, what's going on? How you doing, man? How's it going? Yeah, we're getting ourselves ready to get started on this thing. Give it about 5 minutes here. Let some people show up. Very cool, man. Yeah, like I work retail. Saying you were moving to the USA last time you were on here. Like, you said you were moving after you already moved to Texas. Josh, what's up? I'm doing good, man. We're hanging out. We're fitting to start a live stream. All is well. But yeah, like I keep looking at Walmart. I'm like, should I try to get a job there? But they're not going to pay me enough to move me over there from where I'm at. Like, they'd have to throw like $25 an hour at me, and I know that ain't never going to happen. Mediocre, what's up? It's 4:54 in Georgia right now. I'll put socks on for $2. That's how that works. Yeah, we got a 376 there. So we're starting off rough. Like, we are starting off rough. It wasn't super sharp when I opened it up and got it out of the box. I think it was in the 250s. It's probably your phone. I don't know. Nothing has changed here. I'm on the same phone with the same mic and the same everything else. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, the sock game kind of happened on accident. You know, I like being barefoot and being comfortable when I'm doing this because I'm going to be in this chair for like 7 hours. You know, what is the Delta? How you doing? Human Time Machine, what's going on? Yeah, it kind of happened by accident, and now it's just a way to make a few extra bucks for the channel because we are getting the Precision Adjust Professional at the end of the month, and then now it's just kind of buying cool stuff to show off and cool stuff to give away to you guys with the proceeds from the channel. So the more I can make little stuff like this, the cooler stuff I can give y'all, I can give away to you guys. Well, thank you. Like, we're going to be getting started on the cutting in about 4 minutes, but I do want to see. Yeah, 256. So whatever happened here, it took a hit, a pretty good one. That may have been dropping it at one point. Oh yeah, no worries, Andrew. Arthur, what's up? Robert, what's going on? Robert, I can't hit 1. The best I've done is an even 100, which is still crazy sharp. But yeah, Andrew, like, no one's expecting you to stay here for all 7 hours. You may poke your head back in a bit later. Just like I said, we got time. You know, you'll see the aftermath video of this too tomorrow or maybe the day after, depending on how quick I am on that. Oh. So the question is, I'm not going to try to, you know what? I'm not going to try to strop that weird spot out. I'm not. It's there. Oh, Sean, that's bad. Sorry. If I didn't put a clip in there, it'd say 0. But yeah, like there's another set. There's another set of knives for this holiday season for $15, and on the website it said 3CR on those. That was the only one they disclosed a steel on, so I'm thinking this is probably 3CR like last year. That's what I'm going with, is probably 3CR. Now, I'm predicting it next year, it's going to be something like 8CR13. They're going to bump up the blade steel. Because, I mean, last year's were nowhere near this nice for the same $5. Where in the hell did they go? There's one. I hate it when something gets lost down in this box because it takes a second to find it. No, damn it. Um, 3CR is low quality steel. It does not last long on cardboard Slayer. Give me a second, guys. There we are. Deshaun coming in with 99 cents, man. Thank you so much. Nomad Overdrive, get the political shit out of here. Nobody wants it. But for 99 cents, we're going to do the night. Oh! That's not rude. We don't want the politics in here. Nobody wants that except you. Yeah, we're fixing to start cutting with this bad boy. It's 5 o'clock. Let's get started. We get one more test cut on this so I can write that down. Son of a deadly. Now the stream starts falling apart. Now the stream starts falling apart. We have been here for 7 minutes and the stream's falling apart now. See what you guys did? Bye forever, Nomad Overdrive. Fuck all the way off. Yes, Samuel, another Ozark. Another Ozark. Let's do one more test cut. I need to get the number written down. Oh, we're back to 240. You know what? We're going to call it at 250. Emotional support nicotine. Yes, sir. But, no, I was saying, like, this is so much nicer than last year's knives. All right, that's why I called that bearings were going to be the next big thing on these things. They were going to be on bearings. The only way they can go anywhere now is to upgrade the steel. And these performed like 3CR last year when we did these. It's also, the test results are kind of variable. We're going to stick with the 250 for right now. Hopefully we get a full hour out of this thing, hour and a half. You know, with the blade grind being very similar to the other Ozark Trail, the dropout, we may get longer than an hour out of this. Yeah, I saw where you said that. I don't have any wisdom to offer for you. Come on. And of course, I grabbed some cardboard that wasn't in great shape, so this will be a fun piece to cut up. But log cabin syrup, you've sinned one too many times. Today, you pay for your crimes. Now that's cutting like the edges in the 200s. Yeah, this is on the factory edge. I carried it. I cut with it a little bit. I gave it a few fast cuts. I've also dropped it a couple times. It's like, I'm not kidding when it's not sharpened yet. I'm not kidding when I say I sat there and flicked it like this for a lot of opens and closes, trying to see if I could damage the pivot or anything like that, or damage the lock on it. And it took it. It took it just fine. Robert, I'm sure you already know what it'll say. So the wire in there, it measures how much force it takes pressing down on that wire before it gets cut through. And that's how it does its thing. I will say I appreciate the fact that this is a solid cutter. And we got that fold down there that means certain doom for the cardboard's integrity while being cut. We're already at ASMR time? No, it's not a flat. This is a little bit of a hollow. Like, the blade is damn near identical to the blade on the orange dropout. Hey, look, it's doing great so far. Like I said, you guys that have been here for a minute know when you got wrinkles like this in your cardboard and like this right here, it's not going to cut the best. It's not. Me with knives, what's going on? Honk! Well, hopefully you enjoy it, honk. It's like this is cutting just fine. It's doing a really good cut. We are nowhere close to needing sharpening yet, and the fact that it's going through these weak spots really well is also a good sign. But yeah, I hope you enjoy your storm pooper. I know I've enjoyed the hell out of mine. Rage 1/10, what's going on? How you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a minute. But yeah, this next month or so here is going to be real Walmart heavy. Because we just finished this thing. We're doing the that $3.57 axis lock from $3.57 axis lock from Mossy Oak. I've got another Ozark Trail from the $5 bin to carry, and I've got another Ozark Trail gift set waiting to get opened up and explored. So we got a lot. Jerry, what's up? How you doing, man? Well, I do want to see how sharp I can get this thing. Last couple times we've done 3CR, it's taken if I remember right, a pretty good edge afterwards. But I'm definitely interested in seeing how it do. YouTube is not. We've been doing them once a week like clockwork. While I was on vacation from work, I think I did 4 of them in 1 week. Me with knives. Everything is good, man. Everything's good here. Just hanging out doing our live stream. You know how we do. Illumin, why are you being rude? Illumin's in here being rude today. Yeah, we've done all kinds of I don't think there's going to be anything left on clearance. I am going to swing by Walmart just to see if there's anything of interest. That being said, I still want to try to find that Savivi Zizzle set and see if that's any good. Ooh, nice. But I'm going to give it a couple more days before I do the Walmart gauntlet again. We haven't seen Dr. Disrespect yet. No, we have not. But what the hell was I saying? Yeah, when I leave for work, I got to leave like early as shit and drive to 3 different Walmarts that are on the way and hope one of them has the thing I'm looking for. And then sit in the parking lot at work for an hour-ish waiting to clock in. And it's tiring. It's really tiring, and I'm glad I got the first 2 things I wanted done there. I got this, and I got that Mossy Oak gift set. Like, I was starting to think that Mossy Oak gift set was just a figment of someone's imagination or some Photoshop bullshit until some of my guys that watch have been yeah, you just gotta mellow out a little bit. You know, everybody knows how to subscribe, but I lost track of my train of thought. How did I lose track of my entire chain of thought? I'm acting like that's something new around here. That's okay, though. Oh, stay open, you crotch goblin. Turd burglar. Yeah. Those, and that's the thing. I don't think those Mossy Oak gift sets are going to go anywhere that fast. No, I don't see like anybody with a slightly, Spanky, what's up? With a slightly larger channel, hyping up a $25 gift set of tip down, trashy liner locks with one axis lock being the only interesting thing in the set. It's like, seriously, that axis lock is the only interesting thing in that set. Sand, you're just going to have to wait for Punisher. No, I haven't seen many people buying them either. However, you know, the way I looked at it is like, if you've been around for a minute, you know, I love finding just the most ludicrously cheap shit possible and playing with it. And that like really grabbed my attention for an axis lock. And I do think a video on the world's cheapest axis lock coming from Walmart could do some views. TS Edits, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah, I'm not sure about the fixed blades, but you know, again, you guys that have been here for a minute know, like I don't really do fixed blades because I can't really carry them and work with them day in and day out and really give you a good, fair, comprehensive review on it. We're doing good. We are doing good here, man. We're doing a live stream. I'm on my day off of work today. I don't got to be there till 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And we're another day closer to getting done with the holidays at work. Yeah, Ozark Trail's been doing a good job putting the burners out there. That being said, I desperately wish they'd quit doing everything tip fucking down. Like, it shouldn't be that hard to find a tip up Ozark Trail. Phil Schuster, what's going on? I'll put socks on for $2. Yeah, Spanky, all is good, man. All is good. Yeah, just stand up and yell he's guilty. I can tell by looking at him. You should have been faster. Should have been faster, Lemon. You almost had it. That's okay. I was a lot grumpier than usual the last couple of live streams myself. Samuel, we don't know. I'll tell you what, Sean, $5. How's that sound? But we don't know what the blade seal is. Ozark Trail did not identify it. I am assuming 3CR. The assumption is 3CR13. It's like I've got a couple more things from Ozark Trail to show you guys. One of those being a gift set where everything in the gift set is for some odd miracle tip up, and it's got G10 on it, which I would have almost preferred bearings instead of G10, but what do you do? They'll get like one thing right at a time. But the website says it's 3CR13, and I don't know if they let that slip, and that got by somebody. It seems like if none of the other sets and none of the other blades have the steel listed, they wouldn't have done it for just that one set. Not on purpose. And just so y'all know, I strained the hell out of my voice doing that video on the Mossy Oak gift set. It's feeling good so far. You know, we're burning up some cardboard that's not prime candidate for being cut up. Just it's soft, it's been through it, but it seems to be doing all right so far. XJ, what's going on? Yeah, doing good, man. Doing good. Throat's feeling okay, a little bit sore. But if you're just getting here, we're doing edge retention testing, seeing how long it takes to wipe the edge out on this thing. We know the steel is pretty low tier. Good enough for the girls I went out with. But yeah, so I don't expect the edge to last too long. However, the interesting thing is going to be when I sharpen it and put a mirrored out 18-degree edge on it, how long it's going to go at that point. Well, I say it's cutting well, but wow. Yeah, we need a fresher, sturdier piece of cardboard to work with here. If you look next to the chat, there's a little $ you can tap that'll bring up your super chat options. Aiden Miguel, what's up? How you doing, man? I mean, it's not a clone. It's just yet another Axis lock. It's a different design. Yeah, I assume that there are nicer Gerbers than the ones I've handled out there floating around, but I haven't found one that I've liked that much. Yeah, that edge may have just completely gone. Emmett Reese the Beast, what's going on? How you doing? How's it going? KO, yeah, what's going on? How you doing? You find an internet connection? Nick Shearer, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, it may have already shit the bed. That being said, it had some wear on it before we started. Woo, Aiden, good. Yeah, we're down to a 521. So Andrew DeWeird starting the sock game off. All right, who wants to pay to take him back off again? All right, next $2 takes him back off. Yeah, well, I kind of figured. The numbers weren't good. Like I pulled a 450 something, which all right. Well, socks go bye-bye again. Thank you, Aiden Miguel. This is so much more comfortable than wearing socks. Yeah. So I think we can call the factory edge wrecked. As I said, I dropped this a couple of times while I was playing with it, so I don't know if that hurt it. or if it landed on the edge, but it wasn't the best to start with. And I'm not copping excuses, that's just bad. But we can get the healing box out. Knives and Pizza, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah, no, 521's rough. If we would have started with a proper below 200 edge, I think it would have lasted a good bit longer, I think. Evasive floppy disk is not here yet. Kyle Heck has not shown up yet. All right. 220. I like the Elementum. That being said, I haven't carried and thrashed a regular one. The one that I have is like in the too nice to carry category. I don't want to tear it up. Well, that's the name of the game, Andrew. All right. Yeah, we are at 18. I'm not too in the loop with fixed blades, but you know, I can't carry one and work with it. Like I can't carry one to work with me, so I don't have any feedback on any of them. And unfortunately, I don't spend that much of my life outdoors anymore. Part of me wishes I did, but part of me is like, nope, those days are behind me. Okay, oh, hopefully you can find some video and audio at some point here. This is diamond plate. It ain't breaking. It ain't going nowhere. Sean, this is a WorkSharp Precision Adjust Elite. This will run you about 120 bucks. If you don't have any other sharpening equipment, I highly recommend this. You can get an incredibly sharp edge off of this thing without much in the way of skill. Fook, what's up? How you doing? How is it going? Yeah, I said at the end of the month we're picking up the professional version. It was already on a pretty rough edge when we started, which is to be expected. It was a 3CR whatever. You know, it's this $5 Ozark Trail knife steel. I didn't bother watching the fight last night. It did not interest me all that much. I kind of figured one of two things is going to happen. It was going to be an actual fight, and Tyson was going to just go off, or it was going to be one of those, we're calling it on points or a technicality or something like that. And we got the most likely outcome. Well, this thing ran for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes, somewhere in that window. But again, it wasn't on the best edge when it started. I mean, everything that led up to that fight, you could really tell that was what was going to happen. And like, if you look at the way Tyson looked during his training and look at the caliber of people that Jake Paul had been fighting before he fought Tyson, there shouldn't have really been any. It shouldn't even come down to points. It should have been just dude got knocked the fuck out. No, and I mean, it looked like the rules were set up to be just 100% in Jake Paul's favor. Like, it was just designed to have Jake Paul's best interest in mind the whole fight. Now, that being said, I don't think all the mushrooms and pot have done Mike Tyson that many favors. Illumin is right on the money. I know y'all got like a 30, 40-second delay between y'all sending this and me responding, but yeah, Illumin hit it. I'm expecting to get around 120. And yes, I did order more of the preloaded test clips, but they're not here yet. Well, half of that is the sharpener. All right, the other half is the strops. Like, you guys know how OCD I am about stropping everything out and the difference those strops can make. Well, it's just like when musicians get clean. When musicians get clean, you're like, god damn it, this is gonna suck. There aren't that many of them that get better after they get clean. Ron Dobbins, what's going on, man? We're doing good, man. We're having a live stream. We're doing our usual. Aiden, we're going for 18 degrees. A little bit tougher of an edge. But like, as someone in recovery too, like I sound like a big ass hypocrite when I'm like, you know, a musician gets clean, you're like, god damn it, this is gonna suck. Baby Titan Speaker Man, what's up? We're sharpening the $5 Ozark Trail axis lock from Walmart. It just amazes me the stark difference in the reaction this year, because last year's axis locks were a lot worse than this. There's no contest. Same basic steel, same everything pretty much, but this one is so much better. And everyone was just like, it's not good enough for $5. Well, like Eminem did a good job. He did a good thing. He took a long time before he started really getting back into it after he got clean. Like, he was doing some garbage music for a hot minute there, and then he went silent for a long time, and then he started coming out of the gate swinging. Like, Hans, I don't know if I said hi to you or not, but hi, brother. I might have and forgot. There's our 600. Flip her over. I'm not sure we're ever going to get to see Jake Paul fight a real fighter that could be a possible threat to him under fair circumstances. I don't think so. Oh my God, Don Fry. Jesus Christ, that would be good. Yes, indeed. I think even Don Fry. All right, folks, see you in a bit. Thank you, Ron Dobbins. No, because like I get the feeling Don Fry wouldn't go into that match with a whole bunch of special rules on it or anything. It would just be, I'm here to fuck your ass up. Even with Don Fry being a bit aged out. But I don't think Jake Paul's ever going in with somebody that's actually a threat to him. That was 100% of an exhibition match. That was 100% of an exhibition match. Eagle Scout, how you doing, man? We got the Ozark Trail storm pooper out. Gabriel, the big difference is the orange one is D2, and this is in something like 3CR13. This is in much lower quality steel. Yeah, orange is way better steel. Well, I'm hoping this edge I'm putting on it extends it out to about a 2-hour run on Slayer. No. Ooh, good deal, Eagle Scout. Awesome. Yeah, those first few milestones, man, they're a bitch to get through. They are a bitch to work your way through, man. That first 100, that first 500, that first 1,000. Oh my God, it sucks getting to that point. All right, let's put the healing box back where it lives and get onto the strops. Yeah, I mean, if guys like Metal Complex don't have 1 million yet, you know, like someone like me definitely ain't gonna hit 1 million. You know, I'd love to hit. You know, I know 5K is realistically achievable. 5K is very realistically achievable. Now, what sucked is I decided to sit down through a Metal Complex's live stream last night and try to win something. And like guys in small channels were doing super chats and he was shouting them out. So I dropped a $2 super chat and let him know where I was. And he just didn't see it. It went right past him. So I dropped a second one and it just never showed up. So I went ahead and I did a third super chat after getting the second one refunded. And by the time he finally read it, he just like he went through it in about 1/4 of a second. And then that was it. And it's like, bro, like, I get it. You know, I was trying to use that moment for some publicity. But it's like everybody else that had a small channel, like he spent a few seconds talking about him. He's like, hey, go sub to this guy. Check him out. And then I get up there finally. It's just like, yeah. I'm not mad at Metal Complex so much as I'm mad about the fact that my first 2 super chats just vanished into thin air. Oh no, like I said, I'm not mad at Metal Complex at all. He didn't do anything wrong. What went wrong was on YouTube's end. At the very least, they canceled the one that just flat out never showed up. Like, it just never showed up. I did drop by Matisfaction for about 20 minutes. Yeah, a lot of Gordon's offerings are very, very underwhelming. That being said, if you find the $10 Gordon flipper knife, that thing is a beast. All right. Yeah, no, I saw that, Pons. I definitely appreciate it. And it really sucked that my name popped up like within the first 3 that showed up when you rolled it too. It was like, oh, there it is. Oh, fuck. It ain't happening. Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's just we need it here because it's a giant honking pocket cleaver. And if you guys know me, I love my giant honking pocket cleavers. All right. Woo! Look at that. She's sharp, boy. For me, I don't have new knives coming. I have a bunch of new knives here left that I haven't checked out yet. Like my bonus showed up, so I thought about maybe picking up my Hogue Deca and Magna Cut finally. That being said, we are catastrophically broke, and that's probably going to wind up having to go to Bill's. We got a 105 on it, guys. All right, KO, see you later. Yeah, that 105 is a really damn good number. All right, we'll give it a couple minutes to roll the time over to something nice and even, and I'm going to get some water and some emotional support nicotine. Yeah, where are those raids by bots that got us up to like 200 concurrents? I need that to happen tonight. Critical Funk, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah, Saturday's been going good, man. Let me switch over to Wi-Fi here before. I don't know about y'all, but my screen that I'm watching this on is very, very badly pixelated. Like I've got basically 3 pixels on the screen. Are y'all having issues with picture quality too? There we are. Nope. Dingleberry, what's up? Let's try switching back over. Sorry, I'm just looking to see. Okay, but that is a mirrored out edge. Now, did you get a below sea level room with a balcony? Well, it's our $5 Ozark Trail axis lock. I mean, for $5, it's punching way up above its weight class. Yes, it is the Walmart special. But that being said, it's on bearings. It's got an axis lock. The steel, we're gonna see how it does now that I've sharpened it. The factory edge, it may have been dropped. I dropped it a couple times. I may have dinged the edge up dropping it. I'm not sure. But yeah, so far, like, I love it, especially for $5. Like, I would carry this for a long time and be perfectly fine with it. The only qualm that I've had is one of the screws fell out at some point while I was carrying it. So, like, I found a chrome screw, a chrome silver screw, and put that in there instead just for the jank. Which I had to grind this down to length, which thankfully I have enough confidence to do that. All right, 3 minutes, we'll start cutting again. Three whole minutes. I'm going to try to get some RIT dye. I'm going to attempt to dye a set of these scales just to see how they do. What do you call it? The $3.57 axis lock from Mossy Oak. Dingleberry, tonight's blend is tobacco with clementine orange in it. Yeah, like, my quality's been kind of flaking in and out too. I think it's on YouTube's end. Like, my quality on my screen that I'm watching on is great. It's great now. But yeah, that Mossy Oak axis lock, I'm going to try to find some bronze bearings for it, or bronze washers. I know I've got some on something here, and pop those in there instead and see if that does anything. At this point, why not? All right, T-minus 2 minutes. You don't want to try? So if you're doing your sharpness testing, notebook paper is significantly harder than printer paper is. Yeah, notebook paper is so much more difficult. Yeah, it'll do it. Yeah, notebook paper is a pain in the ass to get to cut like that. It is just a pain in the ass. And I might as well switch boxes full of shredded cardboard out real quick. While we're on a pause, stepping on shit, hit myself in the face. What's my day coming to, guys? What is my day coming to? Okay. And magically we go from these cuts to that. 550. All right, we'll keep an eye on our time, but yeah. Say what you will about the steel being cheap, but when you do sharpen it, it takes a damn good edge. Bando Picks, what's going on? How you doing? I assume that Chavez was expensive. Like, I haven't familiarized myself with Chavez at all, but I just know they're expensive. Yeah, it was interesting, the conversation we ended up having with I know, oh yeah, no doubt. But about some of the weird stuff that got worked into the channel, especially the weird intros and stuff like that. Like, it's always interesting actually getting some kind of feedback on it, because, you know, I said, I'm doing what I can to set myself apart from, you know, every single other knife channel that's doing pretty much the same thing I am. But if you're going to bring people in, you got to be doing something different. You know, a channel this small is not going to stand a chance of thriving in an environment where we got guys that are so much bigger, posting so much more expensive stuff that people want to see a lot more. Oh, son of a diddly. I busted my knuckle open at work yesterday, and it's opened back up. We're going to pause at 5:52. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to snag a Band-Aid. So I busted my knuckle wide open at work, and it opened back up. Bando, we got like 2 minutes on a brand new edge. The factory edge didn't hold up too long, but I don't know if that's just the edge itself was bad or because I dropped it a couple of times. I got no idea. Hey, Woodinator, yeah, Storm Pooper. All right, let's give it a couple more minutes so I can keep track of my time. The factory edge already wiped out. The factory edge wiped out quickly, but again, I don't know if I damaged it dropping it or what, so kind of eh. But we knew the edge wasn't going to last long anyways. Zach, what's up? Yes, sir. We're on 18-degree regrind. We got her good and properly sharp. Yeah, I should have super glued it shut last night after it dried out and closed up, but I didn't. Or no, it was the day before yesterday at work when I busted my knuckle open. So, Band-Aids it is. Yeah, I've seen guys do that with the edges on straight razors. Yeah, like you can watch the edge ripple along where your finger's pushing it. As I think Will Stelter might have been the one that showed that in his video where I saw it. No, I swung one of the plastic trays that 6 packs of Coke come in and hit something with it, and it swung back, and just where I was gripping it, it just dragged the skin off of my finger. Yeah, I hate shaving. It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't feel like investing the time and energy into this. So I don't ever actually shave. I just decided, fuck it, I'll grow a little bit of facial hair. It doesn't look that great, but it's there. And hit it with just give it a buzz once in a while, just to keep it under an inch long for work's grooming standards purposes. I don't think a lot of people are overlooking the Polypro handle. I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's not good enough because the liner doesn't go all the way through. It's like a bug out, and bug outs suck. You know, I'm not bothered by it, but again, you know, my take on that is if you're the kind of person that's going to use a knife hard enough to break something like this in your hand, you're not using one of these anyways. Yeah, I like the Polypro a little bit better than the FRN. I'll give it that. Like FRN feels, somehow FRN manages to feel even cheaper than it is. You know, and that's the worst. But just the way FRN feels and the way it sounds when you rub it, it just grates my nerves. Bill Travis, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. This box ain't going down without a fight. It is wrecked. Oh, dear God. All right, a Lumen wants the puppy slippers. Oh, nice, Bill. Yeah, I bought a couple myself. And that being said, like, I don't need that many. Okay. The Bobby's World shoes are on. Let's see how long I wind up stuck in them. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much you can hold it against the company for letting you go for violating their drug use policy. Personally, I don't think companies should be necessarily firing people over the wacky tobacco. But also, right, it's not going to be fun in a little while here. but I also don't want to be working with someone that's high and could accidentally space out and harm me with whatever the hell they're doing. Well, I mean, with the orange dropout, the only thing you missed is a $10 knife in D2. At the end of the day, the only thing you missed. Saint takes photos. What's going on? Saints takes photos. God Almighty, why am I having such a hard time? The factory edge didn't do too good, but I don't know whether or not I damaged it, dropping it a couple of times. So we're on a brand new 18-degree edge that we've been running for just a couple of minutes now. But yeah, with that orange dropout, all you missed was a $10 D2 knife. Rich, Ace on Knives, what's going on? How you doing, man? I am doing well, man. We're here. We're doing a live stream. We're doing our usual. Everything is good on this end. And of course, I'm doing one of my favorite things and playing with a really, really cheap knife. Van GB, what's going on? How are you doing? Yeah, I've got that S90V to play with on the Fireball. We're going to get to that. Yeah, this is not going to cut. Yeah, bro, I miss playing D&D so damn much. I do. You know, I'd love to figure out how to get another game going, but like I don't have enough experience. Well, the job description hasn't changed. I am still a humble team lead. My job description hasn't changed yet. Woo! That is not a bad price at all, sir. But yeah, still doing my same job, which there were a couple of spots that opened up for the position that I want. There were a couple of spots opened up, and one of them went to a guy that doesn't really have that much hands-on experience with the day-to-day operations in our department, and I'm kind of having to show him around basically and show him the ropes, at least when I'm there and have time with him. And I'm a bit disappointed, but what do you do, you know? No, I didn't change it up. I'm still a team lead there. You know, like I know they gave the guy that spot because he had previous management experience in another department that is completely unrelated to our own. But yeah, I'm a bit bummed out. I really, really, really needed that to happen. So I'm currently taking a look at what to do with my future at this point. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But you know, it's anything that I do change is Sammy Nordyke. This is a brand new edge, so it's gonna hold up for a while. Yeah, I said. Yeah, I'm basically training the guy for the job that I wanted, but he already has management experience in the company, just somewhere else in the company. So like it's kind of not a huge surprise. Disappointing, but not a surprise. It's not his fault. I'm not mad at him about it. It's just like, bro, I needed that so badly. Yeah, it's been years since I've seen Office Space, but as I said, I will be absolutely gobsmacked if I ever hit the point where this results in a full-time job's worth of income. You know, it's just like if nothing happens, you know, if nothing changes there, I've got to do something because I need to be earning more than I'm earning now, like desperately. But I don't know where I'd go. Bill, at least I had the Bobby's World slippers, and they are starting to get sweaty now. They're starting to get uncomfortable. Oh yeah, I think anybody that's doing anything on YouTube hopes their channel will blow up. I said, I'd love for it to blow up, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a slow and steady build. You know, a slow and steady build. Like, you know, I'd love for the live streams to still be doing what they were doing. Like, what was it? A month ago now? You know, where we hit like 78,000 views on one stream. I don't think we'll see that again for a while. I'm not sure what triggered the algorithm to do that. I'd love to see more of that. And like, I knew when it happened. I knew when we had a couple that were that big. Like, I knew when they hit that big, like it was just time to enjoy it while they last. And Miss Butterworth has not paid enough for her sins yet. But, you know, I knew to enjoy it while it lasted because it wasn't going to keep happening. But damn, I miss it already. Hey, there you go, Honk. The dropout videos did do a lot to help out. Like they did a lot to help out, but the last surge that we had was for completely random, unknown reasons. Completely unknown. Like I don't even remember what knives we were doing on that one that hit 78,000. You know how weird that would be to see written in a a truck stop bathroom for a good time. Watch this guy's YouTube channel. That's guerrilla marketing right there. Everybody go out to your nearest public bathroom and write that on the wall. Ace on Knives, you're a trooper, man. You're a champion of the people. I've got to like dig around and find the vector file for my channel logo. It's on my phone somewhere. No, we didn't get rated or anything. Like it was just, we had a concurrent of like 200 and it stayed there for about 30 minutes. But I've got to find the vector for the channel logo and get that put together. And I need to start getting some stickers printed because that'd be amazing. Just stickers to slap on random walls in public for a good time. Watch Knives, I guess, on YouTube. Unfortunately, that would make it way too easy for authorities to track me down and get in trouble for it. Contra, what's going on? How are you doing, man? How is it going? Yeah, we're working on the storm pooper on a I'm working on a storm pooper on a brand new 18-degree edge. It's hanging about like it normally does. Very, very close to the ground. Oh no, the question mark, the question mark in Crossbones is me. That is my blacksmithing shop. That's this channel. Like that is me. Yeah, and I will say, you know, I've seen guys do videos where they're doing their urban EDC, basically their urban bug out bag or their urban EDC bag. You know, we got Band-Aids in here, we got alcohol, we got, you know, we got first aid in here. It's like, bro, I don't see Lysol wipes or baby wipes in that bag, motherfucker. And I promise you, you're going to be in a public bathroom far sooner than you are going to need a fucking suture kit. You're going to want baby wipes and you're going to want Lysol wipes. For our 20 growers, the time in Georgia is 6:14. Excellent question, sir. You are on the ball tonight. The temperature, I have no idea right now. However, I know it's warmer than I'd like it to be in the basement. But the AC hasn't been running much today because it's at least cool enough for that outside. Why is that $15? That is stupid. We're still 45 minutes away from Oh, that's cool, man. I know I saw a lot of coverage on that neck muck when it came out. But yeah, I saw a lot of coverage on the neck muck when it came out. It seems like guys like it quite a bit. And so it's just, yeah, OTF Sharpie should be doable. Should be doable. But yeah, so I do wish that I had the right environment to get some good use out of a fixed blade where I could actually do a fair review on it. God, because that would open up a whole new avenue of content on the channel. Because like I can be carrying a fixie, I can be carrying a folder and a multi-tool, and that's content damn near every day for the week. Damn near every day for a week right there. Because you've got like your first impression video or your pre-week preview video. You've got your because I could do, say, my preview video for the week on the knife and on the folder. Todd Carr, what's up? And then I could do the preview for the fixie on the next day, the preview for the multi-tool the day after that, and then have my week of carry video on each one. And that's like 6 separate days right there. And then the live streams, like you got all 7 days covered with just that. My only problem is I haven't adjusted to how to really compensate for having all that happening at once and spacing out the video uploads right. Oh, nice, Todd. Violate those hot dogs. Yeah, I mean, it kind of breaks down to like how you're set up to do your testings really dictates how your review videos end up going. You know? It's like, honestly, someone could do a better version of this live stream, potentially sitting there, you know, batoning stuff, making feather sticks, and doing all that with it. You know, it might make a good go out of it because, like, I'm sure there are a lot of guys that would love to see someone make like a ton of feather sticks and baton a bunch of wood and build a fire and all that, and like see how that goes. Oh yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. You know, for most of us, we're not cutting that much wood up. You know, for most of us, we're breaking down boxes like this. Or we're just cutting tape up. We're making steak strips for vegan quesadillas. I don't think there's much you could do new on YouTube with knives at this point. You know, I get the feeling that maybe there's a chance that this might be like the closest you can get to doing a new thing on YouTube. You know, you're not wrong, Todd. Surgeries would be interesting. But that being said, that's not really working with knives. A scalpel is a kind of knife, but that's not necessarily in the spirit of what we're talking about. But I feel like these live streams might be the closest we're going to get to finding something truly new to do with knives on YouTube. All right, Punisher, see you in a bit. We are now also in an endurance run to see how long I can make it before I am forced to go to the bathroom. Yeah, involuntary surgery. Son of a diddly. Actually, you know what? We've got a half hour of work on this thing right now. So I'm going to pause this at a half hour. I'm going to go use the bathroom. You guys are coming with me via chat. Because I am not going to make it until after the emotional support caffeine segment. I am 100% not going to make it. Oh my God, standing up hurts already. No, that's from work.
Come in at 11 to 3 and they had not scheduled.
Nice. All right, guys, I'm almost back. Okay, so to answer a question, we're about 30 minutes in on a brand new edge. The factory edge didn't last too long. Now, that's one thing I hate about where I'm at now, is it goes from 0 to I need to spend the next couple minutes of my life above water, like over the course of about 10 minutes. Yeah, we're working on the Ozark Trail storm pooper. Yeah, y'all scared me too, because I was like, wait a second. I should be on my alt watching this. There's no way that microphone is on and connected to this. And like I was on the other end of the house. No, I triple checked everything and made sure, like, because that would have been bad. That would have been bad. Aiden Miguel, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, Todd Carr, we'll see you later, man. Appreciate you being here. Ugh. Freedom. Freedom. Oh, man. Because like I can make it a nightmare and turn the volume up on the alt account phone that I'm watching this on. But I don't think any of us wants that, because I know exactly what you heard. You heard a candle burning and nothing else happening. You know, it's going to be hilarious if this thing goes, oh, that's cool. That's cool. So like I've spent a lot of time humping it on various chainsaws. Echo is absolutely the worst, but I think Still is like the best chainsaw you can get for your money. Yeah, no, she was just asking if I just cut myself on stream, and it's like, nope. Grab it hard. What's going on? How you doing? Like so far this thing is doing really good. The edge for 35 minutes on mystery steel. It's still cutting nice and clean and easy. It's going to be hilarious if this goes for like 4 hours on an 18-degree edge. Where's the kid that was paying me Indian rupees to not cut a tomato? I want that guy to come back. All right, Honk. Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate you. Well, I'll be honest. I ran chainsaws forever before I learned how to sharpen them. Like I was running them in a working capacity at work, so like somebody was there to sharpen them at all times. But finally, I was at a golf course I was working at, and there was no one there to sharpen it. So I just grabbed a file and sat down and did what looked right, and it worked. Just kind of figured it out on my own, sitting there with a chainsaw file. And like the guys that I worked with, when they're running a chainsaw, you're talking about going through a branch and straight into the dirt and cutting a slot in the dirt about that long. It's like, bro, don't do that. Like, you're going to annihilate the edge, and then I'm going to be stuck with a shit chainsaw for the rest of the day. You motherfucker. Just a guess, what's going on? How you doing, man? And this thing does, no, it's not this one. I can still smell my root beer pivot lube in here a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, I was one of those guys where I want my equipment to work right so I can actually do my job with the greatest amount of ease possible. So I actually took, relative to the job, care of my equipment and kept it where it worked easily enough to make me happy. And then somebody else would use it and it'd be destroyed when I got it back. And it's like, son of a bitch. Yeah, I've run kitchen knives through the dishwasher, but they're all like cheap stainless kitchen knives. They're nothing high end. The first time I finally had one damaged, it just peeled the plastic wrap around the handle off, which the wife was not too happy with. She liked that set. Yes, in Salem Yo-Yo, what's going on? How you doing? Like, she wasn't super happy about that. She liked that set. It was like, sorry, I didn't know you couldn't do that. That should not have been an issue. Give me a second here. Okay, there we are. Sorry, my chat froze up on the screen that I'm filming on. I'm sure you did not miss much except a mandatory bathroom break. I had to do battle with a particularly vile fudge dragon. Yeah, it was something like that. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not cooking often enough for the knife that I use in the kitchen to matter. All right, if it's dull, I have got grinders. I can zip a brand new edge on there in about a minute and a half and get back on the life. There's a part of me that wishes I actually enjoyed the process of cooking stuff. That would be great. But I don't think we're going to see that point hit unless I wind up with a shit ton of free time to kill. And right now, the free time that I have is quite limited and quite precious, and a lot of that's just devoted to sleeping, because right now, I don't know if it's meds, I don't know if it's just general mental health or what, but if I'm not on the clock at work, I'm either asleep or right about to fall asleep. Well, it should be for filleting, not for toast. Yahoo! Oh God, the Ginsu knives. Greg, what's going on? How you doing, man? God, remember those commercials? It's like Ginsu just had one hell of a marketing team. Dustin Hall, what's going on, man? How you doing? Welcome back. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean, that was the thing. That's what they had going for him, was that ad campaign. Like, could you imagine Billy Mays back in the day if he was backed up by Ginsu? Like, that would have been insane. Things have been good here, Dustin. Can't really complain too much. Can't really complain too much. It's like that Ginsu ad campaign was before like their pitch guys got famous for doing that too. Like you didn't have Billy Mays, you didn't have the guy's name that's in jail now. You didn't have a Billy Mays out there. Yeah, that would have been some shit. That definitely would have been some shit to see. There's a good Marvel's What If. Yeah, the ShamWow guy. His name was like something Samples or something like that. Yeah, it's just like a Who Framed Roger Rabbit situation. Fucking Phil Swift and Billy Mays going at it like Donald and Daffy Duck in that piano battle. Like that would have been amazing. That would have been, and we will always pine for what could have been. That's just like Billy Mays attending a live childbirth. Wow, that's a lot of damage. But with flex tape, she's as good as new. No, I have not seen the Kershaw fishing knife line at all. I'm mildly surprised that hasn't rolled through my feed at some point, though. Yeah, poo. Richella Vingo, what's going on? Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, we were discussing the finer points of Billy Mays and the Slap Chop guy and Phil Swift. God, I wish I could remember the fucking ShamWow guy's name now. I knew what it was, and I probably could have told you if I hadn't been sitting here trying to think about it. Punisher, where are you at with the trivia, man? Come on. You're falling down on me. Vince Hopper, there we are. There we are. Phantom Man, what's going on? How you doing? Yeah, we're on our weekly live stream. And like you know that's a made up name for him. That man's legally given government last name was not Offer, and then he decided to go into infomercials. You know. Not too dead. What's going on? How you doing? So the factory edge didn't do so good, and I think it may be because I dropped it. I don't know if I damaged it dropping it. The number didn't start off too high either, so you know, fair play. But we're on a brand new 18-degree edge. We're closing in on an hour on it, and it's holding up all right. For what we're pretty sure is 3CR13, it's holding on pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I carried this one. I played with it. I've done all the things with it. It's very, very competent as a knife. And the steel seems to be doing well enough. If we were an hour in on, say, 8CR or something like that, I wouldn't be impressed yet. For something like D2, definitely wouldn't be impressed yet. But I strongly suspect we're working with 3CR steel here. Yeah. No, I grabbed a chrome one for the jank and just ground it to length. It came from one of the pocket clips we pulled off of a tip down knife on previous live streams. Like, it took a lot of digging on the table here to find it. We should have significantly more of those screws laying here, but I did find one, and that's all I needed. I do, at some point, need to get some RIT synthetic dye and try dyeing this thing for myself and see how it goes. I've got an idea of what I want to do with it. And somewhere in this house, I've got an old pot I got from Goodwill for melting candle wax down that I could probably use without damaging something I don't want to damage. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you could. The only problem is, like, unless you have like a little card that you can screw them into, you don't know your thread pitch, you don't know your thread diameter, any of that stuff, which becomes a bit of a problem. Because you would think like a T6 screw is a T6 screw and they transfer between knives really well. They don't always do that. But when we did sharpen this, we got it down to a 105 on the edge tester, so it was sharp as hell. Well, yeah, it's OT's build quality too. It's Ozark Trail's build quality, so what do you realistically expect? You know, the screw that fell out had no impact on it functionally. I love it when they do this. It didn't do anything else. It was a nuisance. It was one of the screws that held the liner in place in here, which that's again, like, you'd have to really strain it to do anything to. Yeah, we're calling it the storm pooper. But Like, you'd have to do something really dumb with this thing to really risk it folding up on you or having the handle break. Well, here's the thing. Literally every single thing and every single hobby end that comes out and it's black and white like this. Oh, it's the Stormtrooper. Like, every single time. Every single time. Like, I didn't want to go with that just because, again, like, it's every single one that comes out in a black and white colorway. So, I had to do something else. Oh. You know, the Brokeout wouldn't have been a bad name for this. Why didn't we come up with Brokeout? That would have been good. Hey, there you go. So we got the Storm Pooper and we got the Brokeout. Oh yeah, no, we can have multiple names. I wish I would have thought of Brokeout first. Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing. If you're doing knife tube, you got to find some kind of way to set yourself apart from the other 7 million floating hands over a table knife channels out there. You know, it can be kind of hard it can be kind of hard to figure out how to set yourself apart because there's a million floating hands over a table knife reviews, and of course you're not going to have the budget you need to keep featuring the knives everybody wants, and you're probably not going to have the budget to keep buying shit to give away constantly. I mean, I've seen a lot of guys start channels and they realize they can build up their first couple thousand subscribers quickly. Just, here's a giveaway this week. Here's this week's giveaway. It's like a giveaway nonstop every week. You know, at some point the channels tend to fold up because they can't keep doing that. That's just like I'm trying to figure out what to buy for the 3K giveaway that we have. I'm not sure what to get yet. I've got a couple of these to give away. I need something else to throw in there to sweeten the pot a little bit. I haven't done the members giveaway because I haven't had the money to pay for the shipping on it. You know, just paying for shipping on a couple of giveaways can get real expensive real fast. Well, here's the thing, Bill. I completely fucked my stomach lining up beyond any hope of it repairing itself. So like when I do have to go, there is no waiting on it. There is no nothing. It is, I absolutely have to go now. I am not going to make it if I wait. And actually, Metal Complex has left to use the bathroom on a good few of them. Like, for a while there, every stream he did, he was just leaving to go to the bathroom, and he'd just leave the comments rolling, the NES music playing in the background. So yeah, I'm not the only one that's done it by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, so we are at an hour on this new edge now. Give me a second here. We'll check and see the edge quality as it stands. Let me get the Forbidden Moonshine out and get the tape gunk off of here. All right. Wow, that is, yeah, you're not doing a $500 giveaway for 500 subs. Forget that. Like I said, I just hit 3K, and, it's, again, almost everything you see on the channel I'm paying for out of my pocket. There's a little bit of stuff that I haven't paid for out of my own pocket. Yeah, the thing is I want to buy something new to give away that hasn't been carried or used. That's the thing. So I got to pick something. So I got to pick something out that's going to be worth giving away that I can afford to buy. And that's where the questions start coming up. Oh, we got a good snag. Up. So it's still fighting the good fight, but we got some snags. Oh, the pooper's not down. Trust me, it's still on to a good enough edge. I think we're probably sitting around 300, if I had to guess, on that one spot. Yeah, that Duratec's a cool little piece. I like the tension on that. $2.99. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I'm getting pretty good at. I'm getting pretty good with this thing. I'm going to be happy to have my preloaded test clips come back in, which I have some ordered. They should be here like Tuesday or something like that. But until then, we're going to rock this thing out until I run out of a line in it, and I got to buy another one. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the side effects of doing this a lot is you start getting real used to how things go down. Which this is about what I expected for an hour of cutting. I'm gonna expect probably another 35 to 40 minutes of cut time before it's gone and we got to sharpen again. And then when I sharpen it again, we'll probably grab that green burner knife out and try that thing out on a new edge and see how long it lasts. Because That one didn't get a completely fair assessment. Oh yeah, no, and again, it's like I said, I'm trying to find stuff that's worth giving away that will get a crowd drawn, and I can afford. Like, there's a whole lot going on there in one go. But we have reached the emotional support caffeine portion of the live stream, and of course, we're not sponsored yet. I am so tempted to reach out to Zions, the one that we have on here the most often, and just be like, "Hey, I do these live streams. I have an emotional support caffeine segment. Would you like to show some support and see if they bite on it?" Dan Stan, what's going on? How you doing? But I feel like that would be at least funny to attempt, and I need to remember to try to look them up and reach out to them via email. That would be great. I don't think they're going to respond, but that would be funny. But well, thank you for that, Dan. Yeah, no, giveaways and stuff. I've talked about it. My luck is garbage. Like, there was one point I had 80% of the fucking tickets in a raffle, something like that, and I didn't win shit on like 5 drawings in a row. And then somebody found out I had that many tickets, and they're like, "Fuck it, I'm buying like 100 more." Jack, what's going on? You should have gone for an adult carrot. Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those up. But while we're on our brief interlude, like when I say this is going to be a Walmart heavy season, I have got this guy right here that I picked up because it was the only other tip-up carry in the display with these things. And then I grabbed this. There are 2 sets that are all tip-up. And these have G10. So it's like Ozark Trail will get one thing at a time right. And like this time they did G10 instead of like polypropylene, but no bearings. And I would have rather had bearings and polypro, I'll be honest. But those are coming up. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I stepped on that one too many times. Yeah, I want to win a decent knife giveaway, like something that is like I've won some giveaways through Rich and Tim's School of Fish, and that's kind of been it. But I wouldn't mind winning one of those really nice numbers that I can't afford through any other means. It'd be so nice. It's like there was one last night. I forget what the hell it was. Boyisk Prank 14, what's up? We have got the Ozark Trail Storm Pooper Axis Lock, and we're an hour in on a new edge at 18 degrees, and as soon as I pound some caffeine, we're going to go back in on it. But yeah, the factory edge, it was in bad shape when I started. Rudy Reyes, what's going on? How you doing? But yeah, when I sharpened it up, it went down to 105 on the scale. It wasn't the Corvid. I did want the Corvid, but there was something else. There was something else. I can't remember what. I was like, if I win that, I'm doing Cardboard Slayer on it, which of course I didn't win it. Like I said, I don't know how many cuts. It cut for an hour. We cut for an hour with it on the new edge. The factory edge lasted about 20 minutes, but it was already in bad shape when we started. So, Richello, welcome back. You about 5 more minutes, we'll start cutting again. But I said, I'm going to say 35 to 40 minutes. 35 to 40 minutes, and we're up towards 600 on that scale. And yeah, on the $2,000 knife point, I've got a feeling what's going to happen is I'm going to keep entering giveaways and nothing happens, nothing happens, nothing happens. Then I win something fucking huge. Yeah, it's still cutting pretty good. Like we're at a 300 on the scale right now. We're at 300 on the scale. That's been an hour cutting on what I'm pretty sure is 3CR13. So it's doing almost exactly what we expect. But it's still holding on for dear life, and I think we got a few good minutes left in it. Oh my God. Boy, I needed this caffeine. Holy crap. But yeah, I'm definitely I'm looking forward to next week's live stream too with the mossy oak. That should be fun. That should be a fun live stream. The ergos on the handle are good. Like, I was worried with the edges in here not being chamfered. It might be an issue, but they're not. However, the jimping up here on the steel partial liner is gentle enough that it hasn't been an issue. Has not been an issue yet. Oh, damn. Yeah, I've been sleeping all day, but like I was talking about earlier, I don't know if it's medication related or mental health issue related, but like when I'm not on the clock at work, I'm pretty much either asleep or I'm trying to go back to sleep, and that's all I do. Cause yeah, I think I woke up around 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then I spent the next 2-3 hours trying to go the hell back to sleep for a while longer. I could, like, I promise you, I could stop the stream right now, go upstairs, and crash again right this second. Let's see if there are any other cool streams happening. So we got Sean Gatz doing his thing. There's someone that's just got a random wheel of shout outs. Apparently your name goes on the wheel and then he gives you a shout out if you win. Oh, we got somebody with knife making gear happening. I think throwing stars of fireworks on Fridays. We got Sandwich Lady. I'm kind of looking for the guy that was dancing too. We got Onion Guy going off pretty hard. Hey, Button the Busker. He's pretty cool. I like his energy. Yeah, there's not really any crazy awesome streams happening right now. All right. Well, that was worth a look. Yeah, you'd mentioned that Eagle Scout. So we're still getting a decent cut off this thing right now. Right? Like the first time I saw someone performing on a street called being called a busker, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, what the specific fuck is that? Ah, poo. No, like we're not going to get blade play off of cutting cardboard. Like the blade play is not going to change unless the pivot starts loosening up. We're not getting blade play. I think we've had one or two garbage tier knives do that. I think one of them was a Smith & Wesson. Trying to remember. I think one other one did develop some blade play during Cardboard Slayer, but like they were garbage and we knew it going into it. Ah. Yeah. No, the pivot will loosen, especially over the course of opening it and closing it. But doing Cardboard Slayer, just doing a lot of cuts with it open, shouldn't introduce any blade play. Yeah, it's just why can't Smith & Wesson do something like this? Now, that being said, if Smith & Wesson did this, they'd probably be charging about $25 for it. If Gerber and Kershaw did this, they'd probably be charging around $40 for the exact same materials. Oh, nice. Oh, man, that piece of cardboard's jacked up. Well, Hogue is like, I know Hogue is a knife maker, not a gun maker, but apparently they're the exception to that rule. And I think oh, I like that. I like that. Good one, Illumined. Good one, sir. Lost track of my train of thought again, you guys. I've got some of those that are like that floating around, but they're also like, I know one of them came from a family friend that passed away suddenly. So like that one's kind of off the table for destructive testing. Yeah, I will applaud the commitment. That being said, damn it. I will see you and raise you that for a cathartic release. Oh yeah. No, you get a ceramic belt on that, you're going through some steel in no time. But like if you're gonna take revenge on something like that, truly, do fire and hammer. Keep the corpse around just for further desecration. At least that's what I'd do. Yeah, God bless Otis. God bless Otis. Like, it's probably the least complicated piece of art that the guy that made it for me has ever made. But by God, he gave me exactly what I was looking for with that. Yeah, I mean, fixed blades are going to be the best thing for fire and hammer because, like, you strip these things down to the non-plastic parts or stuff that won't, melt in your forge and make a mess. You're not left with a lot of material to tear up. Favorite fixed blade. Now, favorite fixed blade is definitely an interesting question because I have some that belonged to my uncle before he passed away that I'm incredibly sentimental about. I've got the knife that did that. I've also got my autographed Rambo First Blood Part 2 prop replica. Yeah, the fire brick would work. But my favorite folder at the moment's got to be the Cold Steel Mayhem. But favorite fixie, that's a tough call. I've got a Benchmade or a Pacific Cutlery Bushmaster that that is Benchmade before they were Benchmade. That thing is quite uncommon. I said I've got the Rambo First Blood Part 2 prop replica autographed by Stallone himself with the COA. I couldn't tell you what my favorite fixie is. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. If you ain't been here too long, you got to know I fucking love my huge over-the-top folders, and like the Mayhem is kind of right there at the pinnacle. I wanted the Espada XL until I saw the Mayhem. I'm like, nope, Mayhem wins. Mayhem wins hands down. But I think One thing I am going to do for myself is, one, I'm keeping an eye out for the Amazon Black Friday deals so I can try to get the Precision Adjust Professional for a bit cheaper than $250. But I'm also going to be keeping an eye out for that Hogue Deca. See if I can catch that on a Black Friday sale. I'd love to have the extra cash to pick up a Misto. That's as close to a Grail knife as I have right now. Is that Misto. I just like it a lot. But I do want I want the Deca. I want the Magna Cut. And maybe I'll catch one down to $100 around Black Friday. And considering we have been doing nothing but trash cardboard that has not been, like the walls on this stuff are a bit too crumpled up and nasty to really handle being cut gracefully. And this thing has been doing it this well. That's good. But Miss Butterworth, you are nearly done paying for your numerous crimes against humanity. Yeah, with some of their knives. Like, I'm looking forward to the next two Ozark Trails. You're not wrong, Contra. I'm looking forward to the next two Ozark Trails that other tip up, and I'm going to pick one out of that set that I picked up. I'll pick one out of there, and I'm looking forward to seeing how those stack up against the axis locks. I will say this, though. I will take some Ozark Trails from even 3 years ago before I take a Smith & Wesson. I will take a tip-down carry before I take another Smith & Wesson. Hi, welcome. Let me attempt to pronounce your name. Jababne. Najepse Pesme. I bet you I got that so wrong. I am so sorry if I did, but welcome. Also, Smith & Wesson does a good job selling knives to non-knife guys. Like, if you're not big into knives and you're not like, you don't know what you're looking at necessarily, the Smith & Wesson name looks good. They're selling them for cheap. They're rapidly available. Master Alexis, what's up? Welcome back. How you doing? That's one of the most infuriating things with Smith & Wesson is for the same kind of prices that they are asking for what they do sell, they can be doing this or a little bit better. We have got the $5 Ozark Trail axis lock, as I lovingly call it the Storm Pooper. The factory edge did not last long. It started in rough shape, and so we had to sharpen it pretty quickly, but it's on an 18-degree edge, and it's doing quite well on that edge. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, you know, and that's the big thing with Schrade and Gerber and Kershaw as well. You know, they have their name to fall back on, and even if you're not a knife guy, you've heard of Gerber and you've heard of Kershaw somewhere, somehow. And they're kind of relying on that. So like Kershaw's, they're a real easy sell to a non-knife guy. They're really, if I only have knives and one steel, what would I choose? Oh, I am tempted to say S35VN. S35VN holds its edge about as well as D2, but I have seen S35VN soak up insane fucking punishment and come back with very minor damage and ask for more. That's probably like my first thought, but I also haven't played with, say, you know, I haven't played with things like Rex 121. I haven't really thrashed S30V. I haven't really thrashed S90V or anything else. So just going off of experience, I'd probably do S35VN. Oh yeah, all the stuff I've messed with, S35VN's probably got to be the best, like all around switch between hard use and daily light use steel. Oh. Yeah, 14C28N. I'm still looking forward to getting a good live stream in on some 14C with a good grind on it. I know we did some at some point, but I don't remember how well the live stream went. I'm looking forward to going back to that with the electronic tester on board. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to playing with the 3V that I have. I won't get to play with it on the factory edge, but at least we'll be able to play with it. Boog, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, the Black Friday Deca. I am looking, I hope that Black Friday has a Deca on sale. Like, I was kind of hoping over the course of this month's super chats and everything, and ad revenue, all that totaled up, we'd be able to pull like 2 of the Hogue Decas and Magna Cut so I could play with one and give one away. That would be awesome. I don't know if we're going to reach that point. Ouch. Oh God, when I was spraying yards and doing residential stuff, senior citizens that were at home during the day were like my worst fucking fear. My worst fucking fear. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what we get in for super chats for the month. You know, that's kind of the make or break for what I am able to give away. Now that, like I said, we've gotten the 3 big ones out of the way. All right, we took care of the Devo Fireball. We took care of the Edge Tester, and in a couple of by the time Black Friday's over and done with, we'll have the Work Sharp Precision Adjust Professional on board. But that being said, now that that's over and done with, I can start breaking it up between saving for Blade Show, buying stuff to give away to you guys, doing all that. So that's kind of what I'm looking at with everything. Like I'm hoping that starts doing good, you know. And that's at the risk of sounding like I'm doing a little bit of e-begging. Like I get that. Greg McCutcheon, thank you so much for the 20. Thank you. Greg, would you like to pick a figure out? You can pick between the robot, the ninja, the Grim Reaper, the Frankenstein, the mummy, the knight, the alien, or the scuba guy. But that is a happy Black Friday. Thank you, sir. That definitely helps out quite a bit. At all, hey, how you doing? Welcome. I pick. All right. I am going to pick. We'll go with the knight in just a second here. And thank you again. Oh, those Oculus Quest deals are a lot of fun. I need to dig mine back out and get some use on it. I haven't touched it in ages, but I do want to play some Beat Saber again. I do want to play. I want to play around with Wander again. Contra 009, thank you so much for the 10. It is your turn. Would you like to pick a figure out? Again, we have got the ninja. We have got the Grim Reaper. We got the Frankenstein. We got the mummy. We got the knight. We got the scuba guy. We got the alien. And the Grim Reaper. Well, we got to do something to celebrate. And Hardy, thank you again, Contra. All the cardboard comes from work. I work in retail, so I can take home all the cardboard I can eat. Yeah, I said there's also there are some games on on the Quest. I said there's Beat Saber, of course, and there's a couple others that are similar to Beat Saber. I'm trying to remember. Is it Audio Shield? But there's Beat Saber's granddaddy. It was there before Beat Saber, and yeah, it's Audio Shield. So you can basically put any MP3 you want into a Google Dropbox and download it to Audio Shield. So you can play any song you want to with that. And basically you're holding a red boxing glove and a blue boxing glove, and you're just trying to punch the red and the blue dots that come in at you, and they're coming in from all over the screen. Like, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, no, and I am too. However, when you have the interactivity of being in VR playing with the rhythm games, totally different beast. Because, like, I love Beat Saber. I'd love to be able to, you know, throw my own music on there without having to have some kind of custom track builder. You know, and like, Beat Saber's one of those, I love the game even though I'm not that good at it. It's just fun and relaxing. But Job Simulator is kind of fun in small doses. Surgeon Simulator is also fun and kind of small. Oh, it's a thing. It's a thing. Trust me, it's a thing. That's one thing I haven't gotten myself into. Like, I don't want to open that Pandora's box just in case. But it exists. But yeah, Surgeon Simulator is a ton of fun. Just to screw around in there. What the fuck else is I going to say? Of course, I've told y'all about Wander a couple of times now. You know, that's one where you can just drop in any address you want on the planet and walk around and look from the Google Street View's point of view. And you're looking at everything in 3D. Like, you can't leave the road or anything like that, but you can look around at everything in a 3D world, like the 3D environment. It's fucking amazing. Oh, God. Double A, what's going on? How you doing? We are checking out the Ozark Trail $5 Axis Lock Storm Pooper. The factory edge was in pretty rough shape when we started, so it didn't take long to sharpen it, but we put an 18-degree edge on there that tested out at 105 on the electronic tester, and we made it up to 300 after an hour. So that's where we're at. And we're talking about cool VR stuff. And of course, anything on a roller coaster in VR is a ton of fun. But now I wish I had the resources. But Cardboard Slayer Simulator. Could you imagine a Cardboard Slayer Simulator? Yeah, because I mean, like, there could be something to that, especially if there were, you know, regular updates with new knife releases and stuff like that, and like working with some companies. But like, you could have your own little fixed angle sharpener, picking the angles you want and everything else, and kind of have it try to match it up to you know, how they actually perform. Which the R&D on that would be nuts. You know, having to like test, say, D2 out at like 12 degrees, 13 degrees, 14 degrees, 15 degrees, and see how that goes. You know, you just have to figure out how to shorten up the experience a little bit, because nobody playing this in VR is going to want to sit here for 4 hours trying to wreck the edge on a, you know, on a simulated D2 knife. Yeah, sorry, Fook. Like, it can take a little while to get used to VR. I had to do VR in small doses, like 30 minutes, an hour, once or twice a day for a few days before I finally settled in and quit getting a little motion sick and quit getting headaches off it. Like, I had to ease myself in. But yeah, like that would have to branch off into like, rope cutting, that I have to branch off into like some of the competition cutting, like doing the whole cut the hanging rope, cut the paper, cut the golf ball in half, all that. Like there'd have to be extra dimensions of interactivity on there to really make that work. But do you mean this Nintendo Virtual Boy? Do you mean this? I should not have reached back there and gotten that. Now I got to put it back somewhere. And that was a pain in the ass to grab. I actually sat there and played. I played a couple of long sessions. I've only got one game for it that came with it. Because I think that thing was like $5 at a store that specializes in buying out shipping containers full of unsold merchandise or something like that. So they had this store. It was a weird place. I loved it. But that was like $5 there or some shit. And it came with one game. And I'm going to tell you right now, in a 3D spaceship combat shooter with nothing but wireframes, it takes a long time to get that shit figured out. I wish I had Wario World and Virtual Tennis. I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, I didn't wind up with any headaches off it. I actually did okay with that. I wish it would have come with Wario World and Virtual Tennis. That would have been cool. Jakaya Kemi, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome. We're making steak strips for vegan quesadillas. No, seriously, we're edge retention testing. We're seeing how long it takes to just completely fuck the edge of this knife up. Yeah, I think I got mine when I was like 21 or 22, something like that. Like at some point, I need to buy a set of legs, a stand for it and all that, and pick up some more games. But as it sits right now, it hasn't been used in eons. It just gathers dust. And I do, like after we lost air conditioning, this is the $5 Ozark Trail access lock for the holiday season 2024 that I have named the Storm Pooper. But when we lost AC back in the worst part of summer, a lot of stuff in the basement has developed some mold issues, some shoes, the CD cases that all of my PS1, PS2, Sega Saturn, Sega Dreamcast games are all sitting in. So I got to fire up all these old machines at some point and make sure they still work, which I'm not looking forward to. They're all hooked up to one TV and they're on a switch box, so it's doable. I don't want to find out they're not working anymore. B-Shady22, how you doing? Why, thank you. Thank you.
Somebody else, we were talking and we came up with broke out for it too. But one of the fun things of this is it's centrifugal opens, which it turns out most axis locks can centrifugal open. Now, I've already carried this for a week and done the review on it. This next week, I'm carrying the axis lock from the $25 Mossy Oak gift set. Well, I try to say everyone's name right when they come in. I try to be respectful about that, but I'm glad I nailed it. Yeah, I've got to go through and check for those Civivi gift sets with the Zizzle. I think that might be a good thing to have on the channel. I just need to find it. And I don't know how many times I'm willing to leave for work like an hour and a half, 2 hours early to run through several Walmarts to try to find them and then sit in the parking lot forever waiting to clock in. That is surprisingly taxing. Yeah, well, we got the sock game alive and well. You can pay $2. I will put socks on, and then somebody else can cancel it out for $2. It's a lot of fun when it takes off, but it don't take off very often. But I will put socks on for $2. Or you can choose some Bobby's World looking shoes. Yeah, I was wondering how long it would take someone to do that. There's the demon. What's going on? How you doing? Appreciate you, man. Jakaya Kimmy, no, you cannot be a mod. However, we were wondering how long it would take somebody to come in and ask. You know, Contra, we got to figure out something to do for that. Now, that being said, it's hard enough to get the sock game going to begin with at the $2 mark, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what adding a more expensive option would really accomplish there. So I only have one mod in here right now. Actually, I have two. I am also watching the chat on my alt account, and I am moderating myself there. I don't need to have a ton of moderators, and the moderators that I do have here have been here for a long time, and they trust me, or I trust them. The face reveal will be in June. The face reveal is coming in June, right before Blade Show 2025, so that you know what I look like, because if you're the first person to recognize me at Blade Show, you get to go home with one of the worst knives I have ever bought. You get to go home with one of the worst knives I've ever bought, the good old Sativian ST-155. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. We always have a lot more viewers than the guys that are active in the chat. I know some guys like to listen just to hear me talking to people. Some guys listen because they like the way this cardboard sounds getting cut up. But beyond that, your guess is as good as mine. You know, there are live streams that'll have 1,500 people in the chat, and only like 40 or 50 of them are actively commenting until someone says giveaway time, and then everybody goes nuts. Chris Geary, what's up? How you doing? Oh, cool. Yeah, so I guess drop by and check Chris Geary out. Let's see what his slip joints are all about. Yeah, you always remember those knives you've lost. Yeah, oh no, I've got a few of them that I lost and I'm still so upset about. You know, I had my Benchmade 9000 automatic. The spring on it broke. I didn't know what I was doing. I took it apart to see if there was something I could fix. And it sat there on my work table in pieces. And when my divorce hit the fan, I took the kids and left. I took my kids and left, and most of my stuff that was at the house got left there, and that was one of the things that got left. But I also had a knife. It was a lockback, but it was folding in the straight razor style. It was a cheap knife, but it was a lot of fun, and I snapped that right at the plunge line / whatever you want to call it. Kind of sucked losing that one. Oh, oof, that's bad. That's bad. But favorite singer, that's a tough call right there too, because you know I listen to so much different stuff, but like one favorite's pretty much impossible to pick. Yeah, I don't mess with butterfly knives. I have no reason to play with them, so I don't have any. But I will say, like I stumbled across some folks doing some like a classical musician trained in piano and harp and teaches piano and harp at some university. She was watching a Primus video for the first time, trying to get her brain wrapped around that. Oreo the Proto, what's going on? Welcome. While I don't understand what being a furry is all about, we don't hate furries here. We do have Damascus the Fox. He pops in once in a while. We like him. But yeah, if you're a furry and you like knives, look up Damascus the Fox and give him a sub. Furry knife reviewer. I like the guy. He's cool. But he's not active right now. He may be coming back to YouTube some point in the near future, but yeah. Yeah, so you're not going to soak up a bunch of hate here. We don't do that to people. You come in acting like an asshole, I'm going to come for your soul roasting your ass, but you got to work for it. Yeah, Damascus the Fox is on a break from YouTube. Like, I'm hoping he comes back at some point. Hoping. Just because, like, in his videos, you are going to get every last shred of information you could have possibly wanted. It is dull. It's getting dull. It's just the way these things wear out. You're going to see catastrophic edge wear kind of happen all of a sudden. Like, the steel on this should be able to go about an hour and a half. However, I put a brand new edge on it with a pretty obtuse angle so that the edge could hold up a bit longer. So we may be getting more than an hour and a half out of it. But if we were doing a different steel, like D2, I could be doing this for about 4 hours before it finally goes. Yeah, I'm still thinking it's a 3CR. Going from 105 to 300 over the course of 1 hour, and it being the first hour on that edge, I'm thinking 3CR. Now, that being said, we have passed our hour and 45-minute mark that I thought we were going to get out of it. So it's still holding on and fighting the good fight. But I would not be surprised to see the edge tester show around 400 on the edge test when we get there in about 15 minutes here. Favorite knife right now, just the easy answer is probably going to be the Cold Steel Mayhem. So I have guns. I love shooting guns, but it's too expensive for me to do right now. I have my home defense kit, and that's about it. It costs too much to go and shoot guns regularly for me to be able to do it right now. However, it would be amazing if this channel took off and started supporting itself well enough that I could branch out, because a guns, I guess, channel would be pretty fun. And that's, again, I'm not sure what I would do to set myself apart from, say, Kentucky Ballistics or One Shot TV or, you know, Demolition Ranch or Brandon Herrera. Like, I'm not sure how I would set myself apart from those guys. I'd have to really work to figure something out there. At some point, oh no, Jakaya, I'm weird. I am weird. You are on the weird part of YouTube. This is a weird live stream. You're fine. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, knives I've carried that I've done the review on go in the box for live streams. If we get 154 CM from the D20 of Destiny, you know, we'll do 154 CM again. You know, we're not doing a random roll right now just because I feel it's important to get this video done, especially while the hype train is still building up. You know, it's kind of like the orange dropout. Like, it took a minute for the hype train to pick up, but once it did, those videos did great for me. God, yeah, Shrade. It breaks my heart that Shrade's so bad. I've got a nice soft spot for Shrade, but I know most of their stuff is not good right now. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if like, if I'm in an area where I feel like I need to carry something for self-defense and, like, guns aren't necessarily an easy option, a knife's not what I'm going for. I am going for a big-ass can of wasp spray. Give me 20 feet of range. Give me the element of surprise. Give me the ability to take away their ability to see and probably breathe for a little while and give me a chance to leave. That's what I'm going for. Because, like, you think about that for a minute. Taser, you get one shot. A giant can of wasp spray, you get a bunch of shots. There's plenty coming out. And that motherfucker takes a face full of that spray. He's done for the night. And it's like, ooh, sorry about that, boss. You might want to get yourself to a hospital there. I don't know what Poison Control's phone number is, but you might be able to Google that. I have not done the S90V yet. That's going to be, trust me, I'm going to be making announcements on that, making sure everybody fucking knows, because, like, if I'm doing S90V, it's soon. It's going to be soon. That's going to be one where I start it earlier in the day because I'm assuming it's going to go long. And I'm just waiting for the Precision Adjust Professional so it's easier to sharpen it back up. Oh no, you ain't functioning once you get that stuff in your eyes. Not for a few minutes at least. Because like once you get somebody's eyes with that, they're done. Like you can leave at your own leisurely ass pace and be just fine. Now, what would be hilarious? Well, thank you, Jakaya. It would be hilarious if you hit them with the wasp spray and you reach in a bag and pull out just a big old hand of like flour and just smash them in the face with it. Just give them a good solid antiquing. Because I guarantee you, if you got to call the cops on that, yeah, I'd like to report an attempted robbery. No, I'm okay, but the guy that tried to rob me is not. Like that police report would have to be fucking hilarious. Yeah, but sprinkles aren't going to stick to wet wasp spray. Yeah, he won't be hard to find. His face is covered and he's caked in flour now. Like if you want to be extra festive, you can do like chalk line dust. Victor Guerin, what's going on? Welcome. Yeah, I mean, again, like the flour would make that completely impractical, but you know, a can of wasp spray that will take care of what you need. Like, there's a lot of underrated advantages there. 20 feet of reach, multiple uses, not illegal to carry. You know, I fail to see a shortcoming outside of the size of the can might be a bit of a difficulty. But I mean, if someone stops and asks you what you're doing, it's like, yeah, I'm allergic to wasps, so I'd like to give myself a fighting chance of not getting stung. But it's 14 degrees outside. Yeah, but you never know. Yeah, it's like living in the UK where you can't carry a knife around for pretty much any reason, basically. You know, that's kind of where I would be, right? I'm no wasponomist. I'm just trying to be safe. You know, it's like out in the UK, like, your other option is to, you know, grab a reusable shopping bag, swing by your local Tesco and buy one coconut and carry it around in there, and then you got a mace. You know, it's like, Modified Taekwondo leap. Coconut to the face. Whoopsh. Yeah, I used to live next to a spot where there was a murder hornet nest in the woods. And we wouldn't really see them until my neighbor, who was farther down the road of alcoholism and addiction than I was at that point in my life, would go back there and start trying to kill the nest and had no clue what he was doing. I don't know how he would survive. I don't know how he survived. I don't know. But they'd be flying up out of the woods, and I had to get them with a fucking tennis racket every so often, and it's like, bro, stop playing with those things. Like, yeah, sugar-free. I was like, bro, stop playing with those things. Do you understand the danger you're putting yourself in? Like, before I realized a tennis racket would be helpful because they're so large, I had a frying pan for camping that was full of holes. I'm not sure. I don't know if what exact use it was, or what the exact use was. It was designed for. Some kind of outdoor cooking. But I used that as a tennis racket, and we saw one fly up, and a buddy of mine who's even more scared of them than I am jumped off of the back deck, slammed the door, ran in the house into the living room, freaking out. And like, I got a good swing on that, and you heard it just ping, and it went flying away in like 3 pieces. And my buddy comes out, he's like, you know, I heard that in the living room, right? Yeah, I've broken my wrist. I've passed kidney stones. Like I've survived a lot of cuts, bruises, and bangs, and I have survived very, very horrifying amounts of violence at home as a child. And wasps and yellow jackets, nope, fuck that, I'm out. All right, we are closing out hour number 2 on this thing. Give me a second here. We'll break out the edge tester and see where we're sitting. I'm going to guess we're approaching 400. That's what I'm going to guess. Yeah, Contra, you'd be amazed what people will do to get high once they're too far in. And the coating on it is holding up quite well. That is no surprise there. These coatings tend to do pretty decent. They're not like some coatings where they're 100% perfect still, but it's holding on pretty good. Seeing some hairline scratches, possibly. I don't know, the coating makes it hard to tell. I have touched an electric fence one time, and I have walked across an underground wire with a shock collar on. That is enough for me. The forbidden moonshine, not the magic moonshine. But there are some things that I'm glad I missed out on knowing. I'm glad I missed out on knowing when I was in my active addiction days, like Dulcolax, because Like apparently if you pound enough Dulcolax, for some reason you get high. The only reason I know that is guys were stealing every box we had in the store. At one point, every single bit we had in the store got stolen. And I had to look it up because it's like the first time it was empty jars of poppy seeds. It was empty jars of poppy seeds. I was finding them all over the store. And apparently if you consume 30 grams of them, or yeah, 30 grams, I think, or whatever it was, that's enough for a medically significant effect. And so somebody probably went through probably about 60 or 90 of them in one go. And so I had to look that up. I'm like, I know why they did this, but what's the amount you need? 30 grams. And then the Dulcolax, I saw all of those empty boxes. There's like 8 boxes that were emptied out. It's like, there's got to be something like that. And yeah, it turns out that's there's a way to get high off it. It's like, bro, I'm crapping myself inside out, but God, I'm tripping balls. Tripping balls here. All right, so guessing around 400. 428. Well, I got it. 428. So this is the Edge On Up sharpness tester, and it costs $250. So that answers those questions. Yeah, poppy seeds do the false positive. I said do, but they will do a false positive, and like that, and that was like an unfortunate rumor. Up until Mythbusters actually did like a full-on test on that, because like people got fired over that. It's like, bro, they did nothing wrong. But yeah, here's where edge geometry comes into play too, because like, you know, this is definitely not the same edge it was from the factory, and you know, bumping it to 18 degrees gave us some extra edge retention on it, and worked out really good. The one that I've got is 250. It is 250. So the one that's accurate to within 10 grams, that one is like 100 something bucks, like 160 maybe. The mid-range is around 200. That's accurate to within 5 grams. And then this one for 250 is accurate to within 1 gram. Dan Stan, I've got a WorkSharp Precision Adjust Elite that I use to sharpen it, and I have a rather extensive set of strops that I go through to make sure that edge is as nice as possible. Yeah, like, I don't want to be at work in a customer-facing job with just bald patches all up one of my arms. Like, I don't want to do that. However, from live streams past, I still have like a patch of hair that hasn't grown back on this part of my leg. Yeah, I got red mange. And I've still got to buy more printer paper. Like, I am so close to being out. That snag's definitely getting bigger. Yeah, and something else they do test for is the dextromethorphan in some of those cough medicines, and you can do what's called a robotrip. you can pound a full bottle of Robitussin, and from what I've been told, I'm glad I didn't know about this, but you start tripping balls and then you start throwing up, and the more you throw up, the harder you trip. And like, nope. Can't have that going on. Now, I was taking a lot of Mucinex for my sinuses way back in the day, and that tripped the dextromethorphan part of the part of the test. So I had to explain that one and come back a week later after I hadn't, after I just stopped taking Mucinex to get it down to a normal level. But yeah, like I was surprised that they popped for that, but like they're looking for everything. All right, we'll give it a couple minutes. We'll start cutting again. I am pleasantly surprised to see 2 hours on this. I am pleasantly surprised to see 2 hours on this. That is a good sign. I'm gonna guess another 30 minutes. Another 30 minutes, and then it's gonna be up into the 600 range. Like getting up above 550, that's where your edge devastation shows up, and that's where you start seeing it. Like you'll see it. You'll know when you see it, when it's devastated. Yeah, like it's wild. Like back in my day, we just pounded niacin and then gave it about a week before we went in and pissed in a cup. No, not bad at all. And if you can do a good job, words are hard. If you can do a good job sharpening, it's gonna take care of you. Like no problem. Speaking of which, this thing right here is D2. This should have been wiped out in like 4 hours, and this thing went for 7 hours on the factory edge. 8 at I think it was 17 degrees. Speaking of which, while we're doing our thing tonight, I need to go ahead and sharpen this and put a 17-degree secondary bevel on it. We did a live stream with this not too long ago, and I put a 15-degree edge on here to see whether or not it would crap out earlier, and it crapped out at the 4-hour mark, which should not have happened on a D2. Like 15 degrees is a bit too fine of an angle for a D2, but I wanted to see what it would do and if I could get it to chip out a little bit, and I'm not seeing any chipping on it. But yeah. Yeah, I don't understand those grinds at all. Like we did the Cold Steel 4 Max Scout, and it was like 17 degrees on one side and like 22, 24 degrees on the other. It's like, why? Am I going to use one side for fine cutting and one side for heavy cutting, or like what the fuck? Like I can't tell if that was intentional or if they really fucked it up on the way out the door of the factory. That one won't do it. But like, this is all the different Ozark Trail axis locks I've gotten so far. There are 2 I'm missing. There are 2 I'm missing that I would love to have. The very first one from 2 years ago, and the blue one that released as part of a set when these released. I never could find that set. I didn't think to look on eBay, so I didn't get that one. I'm glad I got these, but like, and the thing is, these are objectively significantly worse than this one is. Everybody freaked out over these, and they were like dying to find them, and they were like blowing up all my Faceballs groups. And now this on bearings with the same kind of steel and so much better build quality. Everyone's just like, but that mystery steel's no good, or I don't like the pocket clip. It's like, bro, Seriously, are you kidding me right now? You know, this one, every single one that they made left the factory super fucked up. I had to spend hours fixing it. You know, this one was pretty decent out of the box, but it's still not the best design in the world. You know, this one was way better. But I mean, yeah, guys are scalping them just the same. You know, it amazes me at times what guys will complain about. Because, like, you know, I've said it before. You know, even 2-3 years ago, even with the same steel on bearings with these scales and the partial liner and all that, this would have been a $35-$40 knife all day long. Like, it's crazy. It is crazy. And, like, you know, like, I get it. Some of the guys that are that do complain, you know, weren't there for the D2 version. Anything like that. They didn't catch last year's Ozark axis locks. They didn't see how much of a jump in quality we've gotten. You know, like, even if they were the same quality that last year's were, I'd still be all right with them for $5. But with them stepping it up this much from last year, what the hell? Like, how is there a valid complaint about this thing at all? Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the thing is, like, I'm not seeing a million videos come out with is this the bug out killer in the title like I did with those two from last year. I'm not seeing tons and tons of videos yet, and I don't know if that's because Walmarts haven't been getting them in yet or what, but, like, I know larger channels haven't hit this yet. You know, the hype's just not the same. I'm not seeing them flood the Faceballs groups either. So it's interesting, and this may be the last year where these get a ton of traction and people freak out over them. You know, people aren't freaking out over them like they were. Maybe next year we won't be dealing with the resellers snatching them all up and trying to scalp them the way they have this year. Oh no, these have been easier to find than the orange one or last year's axis locks. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, these are easier to find. So, like, I think the hype is finally dying down on the $5 axis lock. I think the $10 D2 knife kind of undid a lot of that. Personally, I think that $10 knife blew the curve a little too hard. Next year, they're going to have to do something with this. Like, if this was 8CR13 for $5, everybody would be losing their shit. You know, I don't feel bad about spending the $25 on this one to ensure that I got one no matter what. You know, I did find some at retail to make myself feel better. Yeah, the tariff situation will be interesting. You know, I've already braced myself for regardless of any situation happening geopolitically. Things are just going to keep getting expensive for a while before things calm down again. But yeah, I think that's all we're going to get into on that. I don't want to drag the whole vibe down. We're having a good time today. But, you know, it still surprises me that, like, the orange axis lock, the D2 axis lock, has blown out so hard and they're in such high demand. And they're not just cranking them out in, like, massive volumes and you know, flooding their stores with them until the hype dies down a little bit. I mean, honestly, I feel like... I feel like part of the reason these are priced the way they are is they're loss leaders. I feel like that's a big part of it. You know, you go into Walmart for a $5 knife and you've got to go all the way to the back of the store and try to find somebody there to ask about it if the display is not readily visible. And by the time you leave that store, you have walked out with like $60 worth of shit you didn't plan to buy. So I personally think that's what the deal is with these things and why they're priced the way they are. I think they're loss leaders. I think they're just there to get you to the back of a Walmart and then have to walk all the way back through the store past all their other Christmas displays and everything else they got. Because it took some discipline. Yeah, like it took some discipline for me to walk into 3 Walmarts 3 separate times to find this and my Mossy Oak set and not walk out with a bunch of other shit I didn't need. The first time I dropped by Walmart to look for these, I came home with Deadpool and Wolverine on DVD. Which I still need to kick back and watch. I haven't done that yet. Yeah, like, I'm not a hunter. Like, poor people in the area I grew up in could never afford to go hunting. Like, that was just not a thing that we did. Way too far into the suburbs, you know, right outside of Atlanta. So we didn't have that going on. And, of course, now I'm definitely too poor to really get into that. But something that always looked interesting was the guys that go out hunting wild boar with a spear and a 45. Like, that shit looks nuts. Looks like it's a lot of fun, too. But, you know, I don't ever plan on hunting something that I'm not going to eat. Oh, nice, Eagle Scout. But yeah, I don't intend on ever hunting something I'm not going to eat. And even then, I'm going to feel bad for removing it from the gene pool. So, like, Johnny Million, what's up? Welcome, man. This is the $5 Ozark Trail Axis Lock. I call it the Storm Pooper. Yeah, so if you're just getting here, we started off on the factory edge, which was already in rough shape. I think I may have damaged it dropping it. It didn't last long on that edge, so we sharpened it and put a brand new reprofiled 18-degree per side edge on it and mirrored it out. And we're 2 hours and 6 minutes into cutting with it. The new 18-degree edge is holding up pretty good, folks. I may have to do another stream with one of these taken straight out of the box. And do a stream on that just because I don't know whether I damaged the edge or it was just struggling that bad. Yeah, I'd like to see the research on that and the published peer-reviewed studies on mouthwash causing cancer. Not saying it's not possible. We have to have regulations that state you can't store nuclear material in the same cabin that your crew sleeps in on ships. But oh yeah, every Walmart I bought a knife at so far has ID checked me for it. It's been sad. Like, of all the things to ID someone for, a pocket knife is crazy. Isaac, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. That's a weird one, Nader. I wonder if it's just that $1 extra in your store or the price got rolled back online and your store hadn't caught up to it yet. Like, there's a lot of things that can affect that. Like, you know, I work retail and my store that I'm at now has stuff that's significantly cheaper than it was at the last store I worked at in a higher population, higher demand area. Significant being relative. Well, I mean, to be fair, if you were buying ammo at AutoZone, they'd ask you if it was 4-wheel drive. Yeah, I started back in on this thing like 10 minutes ago, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I did. Punisher, that sounds fucking amazing. I want to go there. I vaguely remember hearing something about ammo vending machines a long time ago, but I cannot remember where. Yeah, if I ever do wind up in Texas again, I'm going to definitely be reaching out. Of course, that depends on my itinerary and location. I got family out in Texas that I'd love to see, but right now we just don't travel. So Walmart is kind of super everything. There's an automotive center in it. There'll be sporting goods. There'll be groceries. There'll be produce. There'll be a couple of small places like a Checkers or a Subway or something like that in Walmart. Photo center, glasses, fucking everything. Target is like nicer than Walmart, but their selection is way smaller and they don't have like, they'll have some groceries there, but nothing really too special. There'll be no produce section. There'll be no automotive center, nothing like that. So Walmart is kind of like a mall, but kind of not. Double A, are you not in the United States? Like, we had a guy come in from Great Britain to teach a blacksmithing class at a thing I was at. And one of the first things they did was take him to Walmart. And I wanted to go with, but I also kind of didn't feel like getting in a car again after driving 7 hours to get there. But I would have loved to have seen his face. Yeah, I still need to go check out the Buc-ee's that opened in Georgia. It's still a bit of a haul from the house. Like, it's more of a drive than I care to make. Just to go to something like a Buc-ee's, even though I know I need to at least check the place out. But there will also be like an outdoor gardening center there at Walmart. You know, you can buy plants to put out in your garden, underwear, carrots, new pair of prescription eyeglasses, some tires, and a bucket of Laffy Taffy in the same place. Yeah, like Walmart is an amazing place. However, like paying to support the Walton family kind of hurts. And if you guys ever do get Walmart out there, which you don't want, they will drive all the smaller family-owned businesses completely out of business. and just take over, and it'll be the only thing in that area you got. Yeah, Walmart is a very double-edged sword. If you got some cooler, smaller stores, or you got smaller stores owned by a family in that area, Papa Drywall, what's going on? How you doing, man? Welcome. The only real difference between this and damn it, this are going to be the blade steel. This is D2, and this is something that we don't know. It's probably 3CR13 or something like that. But other than that, it's just as good. It's just you're not getting the same steel. Yeah, like Adelie and Sylvia, what's going on? Welcome. How you doing? To my knowledge, the highest crime spot in any given town is going to be around the sports stadium. You know, the factory edge on this crapped out pretty hard, so I had to put a new one on early in the stream, and we're about 2 hours and 20 minutes in on the edge that I sharpened onto it, which is longer than it should be doing for a 3CR series steel. This would be basically a drop point with a swedge on the back. So Papa Drywall, my daily carry changes every week. I'll carry a knife. I'll do my review videos on it. It'll either get one of these live streams right away, or it'll go in the box for a 20-sided die to pick out for us for the night. And I'll be on to my next one at the end of the week. So like I carried this one this last week. Next week, I'm carrying an Axis lock from Mossy Oak that costs $3.57. And I'm carrying the second cheapest knife on Amazon. And then after that week, I'll be on to another one. Oh no, it's a hollow grind, but the blade shape is definitely a drop point. But let's try it. CVS. No, CVS is basically your average chain pharmacy in the United States. Like just about all chain pharmacies in the United States are pretty much the same setup as CVS. They'll sell convenience items like milk, Papa Drywall. I do splurge on some expensive stuff once in a while. My most recent acquisition was the Cold Steel Mayhem. The guys watching the channel and donating super chats during the live streams bought me a Devo Fireball for the channel, which I'm going to be doing that live stream for you guys soon. But most of the stuff we look at here is under 50 bucks in the very, very budget range, because that's what the guys watching the channel want to see. And there's a million other knife channels that are doing like, look at this new budget knife and it's $170. And that's not a budget for most of us. It's not a budget knife for most of us. But yeah, like if you're trying to get something that's just a drugstore, you have to be in like a small town and it has to be owned by a family, and then it's just a drugstore and nothing else. But it's kind of like Walmart drove all the small mom and pop shops out of towns. CVS and Walgreens do the same thing with the pharmacies, and it's the same thing. It's going to be cosmetics, makeup, stuff like that. It's going to be convenience items, bags of chips, snacks, 2 liters of Coke, stuff like that. And then you'll have some toys, you'll have some holiday stuff, everything else. It's way more expensive than it should be. Fook, the fireball's no slut. Oh, the last time I was at a CVS and they didn't give me a mile-long receipt, I asked what I did wrong. Oh yeah, you do have to have a doctor's note to be able to sit down at a cash register while you're working. You also have to have a doctor's note to have water with you while you're working at a register. Believe me, I wish I had Microtech money. Oh, 100% serious. But yeah, I wish I had Microtech money. I'd love to pick up a good Microtech OTF, which, again, that depends. If the channel gets big enough where the ad revenue coming in can cover stuff like picking up a Microtech, great. I'll start buying stuff like that for myself. Oh, Jake Lambos, what's going on? How you doing, man? But I said it, and like a lot of the stuff that you're seeing on this channel, the majority of it was paid for out of pocket. There's Gin Knives. They work with me and send me their new stuff when they release it to look at for you guys and show off. And then I've got some knives that some friends of mine have gifted me for the channel or I've traded for, but almost everything comes out of pocket. G-Tear, what's up? So that's another reason that a lot of the knives you see are very budget oriented. They're, below $50. A lot of the times they're in the $30 or less range because I got to pay for it out of my own pocket. Oh, G-Tear, the factory edge, I don't know if I damaged it or not, but it didn't last long. I sharpened it and put a brand new mirrored 18-degree edge on it, and we've been going for just about 2.5 hours on it now. So for if it's 3CR, it's doing a little better than expected on a fresh edge that I put on it. Full throttle, what's going on? I have not heard of axial knives. But at some point, maybe later this month, we'll circle back around to this with a brand new one out of the box on a brand new factory edge to see if that's just what the factory edge does, or what. I think I still have I've got 4. One of my one of my store managers at work, one of the store managers at work wanted one of these, and yeah, by the time he could have gotten to Walmart to get one, they were gone. Yeah, Texas, Florida, New York, and California are the ones that scream USA the most loudly in very, very fucking different ways. Like, you're basically visiting 4 completely different companies that all speak the same language. I haven't been that far north in the country more than like 3 times in my life. And the last time I was in Wisconsin, I was like 4 years old or something like that. Or younger. So I remember nothing about Wisconsin. And like I said, you go to a different state in this country, and it's almost like going to a different country in Europe. Like, every state is so kind of distinct and has so much of its own idiosyncrasies that it's really hard to say judge another state that you haven't been to for much of anything. And even within one state, like, different counties can have their own entire fucking personality that are so radically distinct from all the rest of them nearby. You can't even really judge an entire state by that. I haven't actually looked to see if any of the Walmarts around me still sell guns. Yeah, I'm in Georgia outside of Atlanta, and you know, this is a suburbs area, so there's not a whole lot interesting about this place. Like, you'd have to drive somewhere else in Georgia to find something really worth taking the time to come out here for. Well, even then, you have to find the right parts of, say, California or Florida or New York to visit. Like, that's the thing. There are parts of every state where it's dead boring and there's nothing interesting to do there. There are parts of every state that are very, very unsafe and you don't want to be around there unless you are local to that area. Like, Texas is always worth a visit if you got something going on there. I know the Texas Ren Fair is significantly better than the Georgia Ren Fair. I will say that. I have been to both, and I appreciate the Texas Ren Fair far more than the Georgia Ren Fair, even though the Georgia Ren Fair is still pretty good. Hey, VR, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. I'm doing pretty good, man. We're hanging out. We're doing a live stream, chilling with you guys. Everything is good on this end. Rick Addison, what's going on? And of course, we have made a ton of vegan steak strips for tortillas. Do not tell me we are going to have another dropout situation where this edge will not fucking die for God knows how long. So one thing I'm going to have to do once this is done is I've got, of course, the Cardboard Slayer Aftermath video of last year's Ozark Trail Access Log dealie. I need to see how that did after I sharpened it, because if I remember right, that added a lot of edge retention to that thing too. I think it might have gone for about 3 hours on the brand new edge. We're still coating, brother. We are still coating. The edge on this thing has still not catastrophically failed yet. Oh, Jakaya, believe me, I am definitely working on staying awake myself. Yeah, so we should start seeing the edge start to catastrophically fall apart like any time now. As I said, like, that's what we're looking for to start showing up consistently. Like we're starting to see some issues show up. And like I said, I think I remember last year's I think it was this one right here. You can see I put my own edge on this. I'm pretty sure this one went for about 3 hours on that edge as well. But I'm starting to feel some significant edge wear issues. In most places, Americans, we pump our own gas, but there are places that just now allowed you to pump your own gas legally. Only just like in the last couple of years. I'm sorry. If I saw a full service gas station, I'd go right past it like, oh ho ho. Yeah, I think this is it, guys. I think that edge is finally going down. Yeah. I think we can call it. So you guys that are new here, when we're looking for the edge devastation, this is what we're looking for on our cardboard cuts. Your dad, what's up? You can get you one of these knives at Walmart for $5 whole. Like, no joke. This is the this year's holiday access lock at Walmart. They are $5 as long as they still have them in store. They'll bring them in shippers. They'll get 1 or 2 of those shippers for the year, and that's it. Yeah. This year they're going a bit slower than they were last year, but resellers are stripping entire stores out to put them on eBay. So if you want to get one on eBay, it's like 25 bucks. But we're going to call this a 2-hour and 45-minute run. This definitely performed like 3CR13. Okay, so let me get the Forbidden Moonshine out. Let's get all the tape gunk off of here. And that had to go on the Forbidden Moonshine. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to get all the tape gunk off of the blade so it doesn't interfere with the sharpness test. So this is where we should see somewhere between 550 and 600 on this test. We should be seeing 550 to 600. G-Tear, we passed 300. We passed 300 an hour and 45 minutes ago. No, we don't see the cardboard cutting that badly until we hit over 500. Okay, we got a 394 there. Let's move it around a little bit. Yeah, that snag is starting somewhere huge. Or that snag is covering a huge portion of the knife now. So we got a 456 there. All right, Fook, we'll see you in a bit. G-Tear, I can definitely strop some of this damage out. Definitely not all of it. .447, so we're hanging out in the 450s. Like, just as an exercise, let's see how much I can strop this out and get how much edge I can put back on here with the strop. We might not have done this since I've gotten the tester in, but these strops are all loaded up with diamond paste, so they are quite abrasive. No, I think it's 3CR. $19.77. What's up? How you doing, man? I haven't seen Cold Steel do 3CR. However, I have seen them do 4116, which that's some pretty trash steel. Well, I hope your daughter's birthday was enjoyable and successful. Yeah, HCR should be pretty much the standard minimum for knives now. The only time I'll make exceptions for that is when you get little oddballs like this where they're drastically overbuilt for a $5 knife. Like this is a lot more knife than we should be getting. The lowest micron paste I have might be like 0.5 or something like that. I don't know if my box of diamond pastes is sitting right here next to me. If I do have it within easy reach, though, I will take a look. But I think it's half a micron. Coach Reynolds, what's going on? How are you doing, man? How's it going? Welcome to the live stream. Uh, 1977, alive and kicking. The blade is pretty much exactly what I expected. It performed exactly like 3CR does, with a brand new 18-degree edge on it. It did exactly what we thought it would. So yeah, I mean, solid 3CR. At least 3CR is my guess for the blade steel. Yeah, so G-Tear, I was using that buffing paste stick, I think the gray and the green that I got from Home Depot, or I got from Harbor Freight a while back, and that worked great. It worked great, but it didn't refine the edge nearly as much as the diamond paste does. But yeah, the edge has got a pretty good mirror polish going on. Oh no, it's believe it or not, I'm gonna try Jamais Vu. Maybe I pronounced that right, but welcome. But we are reviewing knives. We're doing edge retention testing on this one. We've already gone through the factory edge, sharpened it, and now we are kind of touching it up and sharpening again before we move over to a different knife just to kill some time. But that is exactly what's happening here. Well, welcome back. Good enough too. You see how much life I was able to put back in here with just strops? Like, the edge ain't perfect again. It ain't perfect. Oh, nice. Yeah, they're good little deals. They're good little deals. Now let's see. We had a right around the 450s. Right now I'm up to 2 full boxes. They're quite large, but I've filled, like, I topped one of them off. It was almost full, and then I filled up one great big box. But let's see, we were in the 450s a few minutes ago. And now we're pulling a 127 on it. So, like, that's what some good strops can do. And of course, this is softer steel, so it's going to respond better to a strop than say a harder steel like D2 wouldn't strop up quite this far just off of strops alone. That popped an 87. So that's the lowest number we have seen. That is the lowest number we have seen. All right, Eagle Scout. Appreciate you being here, man. Yeah, so we got a game going. We got the sock game. So for $2, I'll put socks on, and then for $2, someone else can cancel it out. When it gets going, it's a lot of fun. but we don't always have that going. Like we got a few rounds in today. Not bad, but part of that's also trying to make a few extra bucks to support the channel so that like at the end of next month, I can buy some stuff to show you guys and give away and hopefully do something cool. Yeah, 193. So like we're in good, healthy range, and I can probably refine this edge a little bit more, and I think I will. Because I thought we were going to have to just sit there and I was thinking we were going to have to sit here and sharpen this thing all the way back up from scratch, but if it responded that well to the strops, I'm not that worried about it. So, of course, the downside of this is of course, it's softer steel. You're going to have to sharpen it more frequently, but the upside is you can just do this with strops, which is fantastic. Okay, so the Rectum Game. You will take one word in a movie title, song title, book title, something like that. Replace one word with the word rectum and see how weird it can get. Prime examples are James and the Giant Rectum, Attack of the 50-Foot Rectum, Zombies Ate My Rectum, The Men Who Stare at Rectums, just stuff like that. And that's the name of the game. And we have a lot of fun with that. You know, one of my personal favorites is the Rectum of the Christ. He diarrheaed for our sins. You know, and we have some fun with that. And of course, we got a lot of really common ones that pop up. It takes a lot to find one that hasn't been done yet. You know, Lord of the Rings, The Desolation of Rectum. You know, and then of course you can get into some really funny ones that only the older guys will know about. You know, like 3 Men and a Little Rectum. I am mildly impressed that all it took was stropping it to get it back to that. But I mean, this edge is super, super polished. I mean, it is super polished. Star Wars: The Rectum Menace. Fast and the Furious Tokyo Rectum. I also like Rectum Drift a bit. Oh yeah, I do need to slap a 17-degree secondary bevel on this. Rectum of the Apes. Let us acquire the healing box. The blade survived. It did 3 CR13 things, and then it stropped back up insanely sharp. But the factory edge was already in bad shape when I started, and so I had to sharpen it. I did 18 degrees per side. It went for 2 hours and 45 minutes, which is about 3 CR territory on a hand whittled edge. So it did really good for. Yeah, I was gonna say a rake at Rectum usually has a bit more punch to it, but yeah. So it did 3 CR13 things. Now where in the hell did I put my stones for this? Guys, did y'all see where I put my stones? I found my stones. Y'all were no help. Yeah, there's no way it's not 3 CR. The hunt for red. Yeah, G-Tear got it. I was about to do that. Yeah, you gotta forgive me. There is a significant delay between when you type that and when I see it. The dropouts on the healing box right now, this is the one from the last live stream that I put at 15 degrees. And I want to give it a 17-degree bevel and get this back to where it's in prime shape in case I want to... oh yeah, shows are accepted. TV shows are accepted. But yeah, so I'm just putting the edge I want on this thing while we're sitting here and killing some time. What's eating Gilbert Rectum? Andrew the Weird. No, so I ran this on maybe one of my live streams recently. I never sharpened it back up. This thing did 2 hours and 45 minutes on 18 degrees per side, and then it stropped back up to incredibly sharp. So I'm going to sharpen this thing back to where I want it and see what else we can do to kill time, because we're not even 5 hours in yet. The rectums have eyes. The hills have rectums would have also worked. And of course, the sound of rectum comes up pretty often. You know, the rectum bang theory might have worked better. Joseph Stewart, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Yeah, just you wait. At the end of the month here, possibly over the course of Black Friday, if I can find one on sale, the Professional is getting added to the channel. We are upgrading, thanks to you guys. You know, you guys with your super chats and everything else, Playing the sock game. We got the Precision Adjust Professional coming in. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Blade HQ. Full rectum jacket might have been funnier, but I'm keeping an eye on Blade HQ, Knife Center, Amazon. Just looking to see if anything pops up on Black Friday. Black Friday, I'm also keeping an eye out for a Hogue Deca and Magna Cut. You're at Socks Off right now. Man, Harry Potter is just a free bingo card spot for the Rectum game. And of course, you can also go with Harry Rectum, and that's just funny by itself. If anybody watched Lamb Chop on PBS, the rectum that doesn't end. A few good rectums. Of course, we can't forget Charlie and the Chocolate Rectum. All right, now we can throw this to the 320 and things are going to go a lot faster. A lot faster. You know, rectum creepers would have been funnier. Rectum balls. That's just funny no matter who you are. I don't think we've done the girl with the rectum tattoo yet. Oh! Andrew DeWeird, you walked in on the Rectum Game. What about Freddy's Rectum, the Final Nightmare? I don't think I've seen that one yet. Another personal favorite of mine, one of my favorites I've come up with is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Rectum. The James Bond movies are kind of a free bingo card too, like The Spy Who Loved Rectum, Rectum Finger. And of course, we can't forget, I did forget, holy shit. We can't forget Star Trek Deep Rectum 9. We're not going to do hybrid words like that, Aiden. Like, that just really... Fangzia, what's up? Welcome. That just kind of fucks the whole game up. So, like, Nightmare Before Rectum would work. The judges would have also accepted Rectum Before Christmas. Which, of course, leads us to a Christmas rectum. We did do the Rectum Menace. So we got there before the Phantom Rectum. Home Alone 2, Lost in Rectum. Robert Putney, you try to make it where it says 0 in the sharp tester. So Coach Reynolds, the only real difference worth noting between the orange and the white is the blade steel. This is D2. This is what appears to be 3CR13. 3CR13 is a significantly worse steel than D2, but you kind of can't go wrong either way. The D2 will hold on to an edge way longer. And the orange one has some weird juju going on where it lasts for fucking ever at Cardboard Slayer. Like D2 normally lasts 4 hours on a good factory edge. The factory edge on this lasted 7 hours at Cardboard Slayer. I put a 17-degree edge on it. It went for 8 hours. On a 15-degree edge, which is way too acute for something like D2, it still went a little over 4 hours. So the orange one is kind of nuts. And at the moment, the orange one is way harder to find. All right, Punisher, see you in a bit. Rectum's out. Yeah, I saw where you saw that earlier. I had nothing to add, Robert. I'm not sure there's much useful I can add to that, unfortunately. The orange one, I know some of them might be in stock on the Walmart website at the moment, but these are the ones that every time they show up at a Walmart, they get bought out instantly by eBay sellers and scalped. You might be able to get lucky and find one right now. I don't know how many they have in stock on the Walmart website. I just know guys said they were popping up there again finally. So it's worth taking a look at the very least. But the orange one is $10. The white one is $5. That's where, you know, the $5 one being impressive for $5 comes from. Oh. But yeah, for a long time now, the orange one has been damn near impossible to find without paying eBay scalpers for it. So I don't know how many are back in stock right now. I just know guys are saying they're able to get them online at the moment. Yeah, Fangzia, we started with James and the Giant Rectum as one of our prime examples of the one of the top 10s on this. The Green Rectum. Older Tom Hanks movie. Yeah, we hit Rectum Ralph earlier, and I countered with a Wreck-It Rectum. Oh yeah, the precision adjust, like this thing does fantastic work sharpening. Like it does fantastic, especially at knocking the skill ceiling down so that it's not as intimidating for people. Yeah, and like we're not at say turning a one-word title into a two-word title for it. Like that's outside the spirit of the game. But I mean, if I hadn't been sharpening with this thing for a little while, I probably wouldn't have started practicing freehand sharpening, which I enjoy freehand sharpening now. Like I'm starting to get decent enough at yeah, we could have gone with the babysitter's rectum. Yeah, I mean, dropping oh yeah, the series of unfortunate rectums, that one's a classic. That one always hits. Replacing the word "the" is kind of hard to really make that justifiable in the spirit of the game. Technically, it's allowed, but it doesn't quite follow the spirit. Yeah, now I will say with only a few inches of clearance between the stones and the ring light that's holding the phone right now, it's hard to freehand sharpen under that thing. The breakfast rectum. You would have been better with Star Trek into rectum, to be honest. Yeah, like, and Rectum Island works. It's funny. It's yeah, the white one's a good cheap EDC. The edge will wear out if you use it a lot, but if you can sharpen, you're fine. You put an 18 degree per side edge, maybe 19, and it's gonna hold an edge for long enough. If you're hard using and beating on it, the edge is not gonna hold up that long. It'll probably roll on you. But if you're just, your average concrete cowboy opening up some boxes, stuff like that with it, it's damn good. I mean, at the end of the day, it performs like 3 CR13 with a good heat treatment. So if you're looking for a hard use knife you can beat on all day, this might not be the best choice for that. But yeah, it's just a day-to-day use. Going to work and going home and opening packages and stuff with it, it's good. And it's fun to fidget with. If you hold it back down this way, put your finger down here on the pocket clip, it centrifugal opens. You can flick it open without having to touch the lock. That's a lot of fun to do. Like, that is a lot of fun to do. And like, I spent hours just flicking this open as hard as I could back and forth. No change in the lock, no lock rock, no side to side blade play. It held up to that just fine. And I mean, it was opened and closed a lot of damn times. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Rectum. The Island of Misfit Rectums. Yeah, Little Rectums does show up kind of often. Like I said, there's that old Burt Reynolds movie, 3 Men and a Little Rectum. That one's always good for a chuckle. Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Rectum. That one's not too bad. I also would have accepted Rectum in Smoke. That would have also been entertaining. Yeah, Fast Rectums at Ridgemont High is not too shabby. Just a little bit more on this side. Yeah, that's it. Well, there was 3 Men and a Baby, and then there was 3 Men and a Little Lady. So, Coach Reynolds, I do feel like eBay prices are a bit too high for it. Like, for that $30, you can get something so much nicer. Like, the D2 on this is solid. The D2 is solid. But like you can get so much nicer of a knife for like 30, 35 bucks. Like you can get into Civivi territory, you can get into stuff like that. Um yeah, Tom Selleck. Sorry, I mean it's easy to mix the two of those up, especially this many years later. Because like if you're buying these, especially unopened, you are rolling the dice on some pretty profound quality control issues. The orange ones are known to have the springs and the lock fail. They've been known to have the lock stick open. They've been known to have the blade centered really poorly and it's ground fucked up so it looks warped as hell. It's not, but it looks like it's warped. Um, so yeah, I'd rather spend that 30 bucks on something much more well known to have better QC, better everything on it. This thing is only a knockout and like a crazy good value if you get it at 10 bucks. Yeah, like we did accept Edward Rectum hands just because it was funny. You know, and like while I don't miss the results of drinking, there was one game that I never got to play. I never got to play Edward 40 hands. And I kind of wanted to try that, even though it probably would have ended somewhat disastrously. Rose, what's going on? Welcome back. Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, so we're almost done with the strap on this. Around the rectum in 80 days. Default in our rectums. Fear and self-loathing in rectum. But yeah, Rose, you came in at a weird part of the stream. We are now playing the rectum game, and I am sharpening some stuff back up. Yeah, the Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Rectum. I'd say this thing is sharp. Kurt Eisen, welcome. How you doing? This is the sought after D2 Ozark Trail knife. I've done a few live streams on this one. The last one I did not that long ago was seeing how a 15-degree edge holds up to a cardboard slayer on this thing. Is that supposed to be a bit too acute for D2 steel? It did great, but I just finished sharpening it back up. Tonight we actually did the drop. This is the dropout. We did the storm pooper tonight. This Ozark Trail, and ran that. But Joseph Stewart, I did this one at 17 degrees. This one is at 18 degrees. Strop within an inch of its life on both of them. Like you can see how polished this edge is right here. So nice. But I wanted this one sharpened back up with a nice clean edge on it because, well, one, I didn't want it to live at 15 degrees, and two, I hate having a dull knife unless it's a piece of trash that I don't like. But yeah, like check Walmart.com. Some guys were saying that they are back online there or back in stock on Walmart like at the moment. I think the last time I saw someone say something about it was earlier today. But you're not going to find them in store right now. The only place you're going to find them is on eBay, paying way the hell too much. Let's see. Let's actually... yeah, at the moment, it says they have them online on Walmart.com. Just look up Ozark Trail Shaft Lock Knife, and it'll be there. The white one apparently no longer exists on the website. But yeah, you may end up having to have it shipped to you from here or shipped to your local store. Not entirely sure. Yeah, so I mean, if you want to, I'd hit Walmart.com right now and go ahead and snag one. They may be finally getting enough stocked in where the resellers aren't really having fun with them anymore. That would be my hope. Because again, like I'd love nothing more than for something like this to not be difficult to find. A good $10 burner knife that you can just snag if you need one in a pinch. Like, or if you want to just experiment on something like that. Damn, unavailable. I wonder if that's based on location, because it says they're in stock. I'll take that back. Hang on. 125 on that. So we got a good solid edge on it. I like the bevel. I like that wider bevel on this. Oh man, that's a bummer. You should have done special rectums unit. Well, no, this thing, it didn't start out being difficult to find, but after I got my first video up and it started getting the traction it had, like, it just vanished. It was it. It was gone. Do I? Ooh, you know what? Since we pulled an 87 on that, since we pulled an 87 on the white one, let's see how it does with the calibrated clip. I got 2 of these clips left. 2. So I'm... Nope, this is the last of the preset test clips. That is a bummer. Sorry about the false hope. Yeah, 192. So yeah, like these things will read a little bit different than the strong tester will, but it gives you a good idea what's happening there. No thanks. Yeah, I'd say it's about time to invest in some sharpening equipment. Like, you know, I don't like leaving my stuff dull. You know, I only carry something for a week, and then I'm on to the next one for the next review cycle. So, like, I'm not going to carry this again anytime soon. I've got one of these in my truck. That way, if I forget a knife, I know I've got something that I actually enjoy carrying in the truck for me. There's one in the wife's car in case one's needed there. But, yeah, like, these won't get carried again anytime soon. Like, let me go grab something real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, you guys. I'm coming back. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. I'm coming back. Okay, so. Okay, so, like, I just got done carrying this one for the week. I've done my videos on it. I'll get the Cardboard Slayer Aftermath, and we may try a brand new one out of the package to see. So the white one is the current Axis lock from Ozark Trail. This is the $5 Axis lock for this year. So these are at Walmart. They're a little bit easier to find right now. Wait. If a bigger YouTube channel gets a hold of one of these and does a video on it, and people find out there's a new $5 Axis lock, the hype train's going to go nuts again. They're already being scalped on eBay for like 25 bucks. But Walmarts tend to still have these right now. So you might have better luck getting this one. But I ended up paying eBay price for this because I needed to get one and be absolutely sure I had it as soon as possible. Because I needed to get my videos done and get them up about this thing early. I got the very first long form YouTube video on this up on YouTube from what I can tell. The hype train took off and it helped my channel so much it ain't funny. Oh yeah, he did? Oh, cool. So I'm looking forward to the Outdoors 55 video on this too then. But so I needed to get this one ASAP and get my videos up. I think KO Knives beat me to the first video by like a day or two. But I bought this on eBay because the ones near me didn't have them and I wasn't sure they were going to get here in time. And then I found some at retail that I've got those sitting off to the side. But I did overpay for this one because like if you're doing stuff and you need one for like making YouTube content or something like that, then yeah, whatever it takes. But I would not recommend driving to 17 different Walmarts or anything like that for a $5 knife. Now, this is what I'm carrying this next week. And this is a Mossy Oak Axis lock from the knife set they had this year. And it's a 7 knife set for 25 bucks. This is the only good one in the set, really. And so I'm using this as the world's cheapest Axis lock because it breaks down to like $3.57 for the one. And it's on plastic, it's on nylon washers. And I've gotten the action tuned so that it does Axis lock things because right out of the box it was terrible. I am looking forward to carrying this and playing with it, but as you can tell, it's significantly smaller. So this we're pretty sure is 3CR13. It's not identified. This is also not identified steel. I'm willing to bet it's also 3CR13. That's what I'm going with. But next Saturday, barring the unforeseen, we're going to do the same live stream on this one, do our edge retention testing and see how it does, and compare it to this one, basically. So we're going to see who can do it better. This one has a bit better of a pocket clip. This pocket clip's a little bit flimsy. It's not the worst pocket clip by far, but it does feel a little lightweight. This one's much heavier duty, but this is on bearings. If you see here, that action is loose. That action is very, very loose, whereas this action is washers. It's not that loose, but you can still centrifugal flick it. And that's the thing, like with your axis lock knives, just about all of them that you have with the crossbar lock right here, you can just flick them open centrifugally, and it's a ton of fun. God, I love seeing that shiny edge. Like, I keep forgetting it's there until I see it. It's like, oh, that is so nice. That is such a nice look. I said, unless you're a hard user, like if you're like me and you don't have to use these for a ton of heavy cuts, like 3CR13 is going to take care of you. You know, you'll want to sharpen it sooner than say D2 or something like that, but you know, it'll take care of you. And the thing that sucks is the other 6 knives in this set are all tip down carry. And like, I hate tip down carry with a passion. I will say I will take a tip down carry before I take another Smith & Wesson, but yeah, I hate tip down carry a lot. I don't know why every cheap knife just about has to go with tip down carry. I don't understand the logic behind it. Like, offer it and tip up, for the love of God. Most knife guys want tip up carry. There are the odd few here and there that don't want that either particularly want tip down or don't care that much. But yeah. No, cutting anything with sand in it, that's going to wear your edge out. That will destroy an edge. These two won't last more than about the first 3 cuts. Movotex, what's going on? Welcome late. I hope you are doing well today. We did our edge retention testing on the Storm Pooper here. It performed like 3CR with a good heat treatment on it, so not too mad at that. The factory edge was kind of weak going into it. It didn't last long before I sharpened it, but once I sharpened it, it did good. It did good. It's on an 18-degree edge. It's sharp as fuck now. And all it took was stropping it to get that edge back up to crazy sharp. I didn't have to put it back on the stone. We sharpened this up, and we're taking a look at the Mossy Oak axis lock, the $3.57 axis lock. It just sucks that the rest of the knives in the set got to be tipped down. Now, if you're at Walmart and you don't see the white one, but you still want to pick up a decent $5 knife, the only other one I grabbed out of that mess was this one right here, and that's because it's tip up carry, and it feels solid. Once this is done, I'll probably be taking this one out for a spin, and then after that, I'm going to pick one of these 3 out to carry. We got a set here. They're all tip up, and they're G10. They're G10, not polypropylene, which is great. But yeah, so I definitely want to see how these do. I'm assuming they're all like this one. Walmart's website says they're 3CR13, which is part of why I don't know if they accidentally listed that or what, but it says 3CR13 on the website. It's the only set that says 3CR13 as far as I can tell. But you know, I'm not mad at it. It was $15 for this set with the draw through ceramic. It's a draw through sharpener. So when we do the live stream with that, we're using this to sharpen it with the strops instead of the work sharp initially. But you've also got a little Swiss Army knife knockoff and a tool here that I may or may not find a way and a reason to use. But the big thing is just 3 tip-up carries that look like they're ground decent for 15 bucks, and I guarantee, I would trust these more than I would trust any of the budget Gerbers that I've handled so far. Like, that should tell you a lot right there. So we have got a Walmart heavy season ahead of us. Like, I'm looking forward to checking this thing out. This looks a lot like their very first Axis lock. Not quite the same, but this should be decent. Like Muvo says, should be decent. Let me grab the rest of the knives in that mossy oak set. As I said, this mossy oak set was $25. This mossy oak set was $25, and there's still 6 more knives in that set. And the shit thing here is this looks and feels fairly decent, but it's a tip down knife. Like, I don't want a tip down knife. I don't want to carry tip down. I am carrying a tip down with me this week to check out the second cheapest knife on Amazon, but this is the one that gets me. These scales are goofy and I like them, but they're tipped down. I would have loved to have been able to put these scales on this knife. Like, this on this knife would have been awesome. But if it would have been tip up, I would have had fun carrying it. This thing right here, the cheapest and nastiest feeling folding cutter that I have ever seen. This thing feels like absolute shit. Just teetotal absolute shit. I already hate this thing so much. But another tip down. Another tip down. Another tip down. This one's got a flipper tab. It's a Tanto. It's tipped down. It's got a cutter right here. It's got a skull cracker. It says it's a glass breaker, but I don't think it'll break any glass. But like this could have damn well been a tip-up knife. And well, with the cutter in the way, maybe not tip up. Maybe not. But I can see the break here line where they use the same razor material they use in the snap-off box cutters. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Rob Bernard, what's going on? I don't think I said hi to you yet. But like, it just... Now, that being said, I'd be fine throwing these in a toolbox or on a boat or something like that, somewhere where I don't care if I lose it. But why did they all have to be tipped down? Like, there's no good reason. There's not enough people that want tip down carry specifically for this to be just a good idea anymore. Ugh. Complete waste. I'm probably going to take these to work and just write free take one on there and see how many of them go. Is probably what I'm going to do. Matter of fact, yeah, I probably will take them to work and just mark them free, take one, and just get rid of them like that. But yeah, everybody went dead quiet too. Chat died. Chat died doing what it loved. Dying. And of course, the white one had a missing screw whenever I pulled it out of the packaging. But yeah, let me just put up, where did that albatross burner go? We can play with that thing for a little while. Everybody went to lurking. It's like, I can't think of a ton of stuff to really talk about at this point. I've kind of covered a lot, but that's okay. It is A-okay in my book. Nice. I mean, 7CR is not the end of the world. You know, for $10, I can't really be too mad at 7CR. When you start paying Kershaw prices where it's like $35-40 for 7CR or 4CR or some shit, then you can get pissed off. Then you can totally get pissed off. Yeah, I'm glad everyone's still here. It's just, it's always weird when the chat suddenly just fucking stops. Like, we can be in the middle of a conversation about something and the chat just fucking stops. That's where it is. Yeah, it's like, and like the cheapest knife on Amazon. All right, the first one I did was tip down, and I thought, all right, I'll be okay with it, and I kept like just reflexes kicked in for tip up carry, and I had to keep stopping myself and fixing what I was doing wrong with it before I put it back. You know, it got real old real fast. And of course, those of y'all that were there for the last one, no worries, Mubo. Like I said, it's weird. Like, everybody just goes quiet at once. It's like, wait, what? Who? And of course, those of y'all that were here last week know this thing started off cutting at like a 137. Let's see. 173 on this, and after about 20 some odd minutes, it was at 603. So we definitely we got garbage edge retention out of this. So we can sharpen it. Live and kicking. We haven't had a super chat in a minute. Yeah, no, you're good. Like I said, everyone's good. Like, I'm not making demands or anything like that. Let's say it's just confusing when it happens. Like, it's always a bit of a shock to the system. Yeah, it's a gut hook for who knows what reason. I said, I mean, and it's again, like when I reached out to Albatross, I didn't expect them to send me just a stack of like, absolute trash burner knives. Like, bro, what are you guys thinking here? You sure this is what you want me to be showing people? I don't know how much I'd trust the lock to pull on that hard enough to cut a strap with any pressure being put down, like, you know, this way. Very cool, G-Tear. God, I wish the Dr. Disrespect thing still worked. That was great. Walter the farting dog sounds funny. No, we're doing 18 degrees per side. Actually, we're getting up towards 19. So we're doing the better part of 19 degrees per side. Yeah, I mean, you'd be sharpening with like a chainsaw file or something round. I have to assume we are not going to see a burr come up on this. At least not one that matters. Yeah, I'll bet you money those tarot readers are probably also pulling in some pretty consistent super chats too by people wanting their shit read. Like, tarot cards were cool with my friend group and all that back when I was a lot younger, and I had a set, a nice set. I don't remember if I gave them away or if I just left them in the house whenever I left the ex-wife, or what happened to them now. Oh no, I'm on my second marriage now. However, I learned my damn lesson and picked better this time. But you know, like always, the whole situation, everything that led up to that divorce was kind of nuts. I think anyone that's divorced can attest it really wasn't like. Yeah, the wife bought me the autographed Rambo First Blood Part 2 prop replica while we were dating. But it's a rarity where you hear people like, "Oh, we just felt like it wasn't working anymore, so we both decided to part ways amicably." Like, it happens, but it ain't that common. I've heard that marriage is the leading cause of divorce in the United States. Well, I mean, if they're truly psychic, they know. If they're truly psychic, they know. They know whether or not you're going to pay them in advance. Will Shaw, I love this sharpener. It's slow, but it gets great results. It gets great results. You know, I just wish you could buy more stones for it and not these weird proprietary deals. You can buy an adapter for 4-inch stones for it, because I really love to have like a 100 or 120 grit and 1,000 grit on here. Well, in a couple of weeks here, hopefully Black Friday sales, we're gonna get the WorkSharp Precision Adjust Professional and upgrade this thing. Never mind, we got a big ass burr on there. Awesome Dave. I don't know enough about those rolling sharpeners. I do know you don't get much freedom in the angles that you use, and they're only good for knives over a certain size. Outdoors 55 has a lot more information than I do. But if I remember right, his impression of them wasn't that great. But you also got to spend way too much money for a roller to get good stones and the good everything. It's like you're starting to spend as much or more than one of these would cost you to get a good roller with good stones and know that you're getting like the good one. And even then, I don't know enough about the edge they provide to tell you whether or not that's a good investment. Yeah, I do know that the cheap rollers haven't really gotten a lot of good feedback on them. You know, and if you're mostly sharpening pocket knives and not kitchen knives, oh God, the Lansky I have, I tried and shit was breaking coming out of the box, and there was no way for me to grip a knife without it biting into the clamp to reach the knife. I gave up on that, but you know, you don't get much freedom in the angles that you use. It's like whatever the magnet has on it, and again, stuff under a certain size, you're hitting the magnet before you hit the edge of the blade. You can't do shit with it. No, the button is there, but like I gotta press it so hard to get that thing to actuate that, and it only acts like mine. It'll actuate this way, but not this way. Like, it's not worth the headache. I find it a lot easier to just take the fixture out and flip it. And if I need to, I can also take a look at the edge while I'm flipping it over. And then pop her back in. Like, this is just easier than the button. Believe me, I'd love to have a Wicked Edge or something like that that does these things faster with more stones on it to get super, super fine. Because, you know, I love my super, super refined edges. I get it. There's some steels and some knives for some jobs that do want a coarser edge. But I love me some super, super fine edges. Super high level of polish, all that. So you got the Work Sharp. Yeah, that's the Work Sharp belt grinder. Now, that being said, the original fitting that it comes with, that triangle shaped one, I never got the hang of using that really, so I don't use that one. I use the blade grinding attachment and just slack belt sharpen on the top of that and just zip an edge on real fast. It's like, I've got the old one. I've got the first generation that they came out with. And I bought the, I've got the belt grinding attachment to it, for it, which has a slack area at the top between the two rollers. So you can do a convex appleseed shaped edge. No, this is set at like 19. It's not quite 20. But yeah, a little slack portion on it. It does good work fast. However, it's real easy to round your tip off on that thing. Like, really damn easy. Yeah, I mean, there are some things like, you know, cutting up nylon cord, stuff like that, where a fine mirror polished edge with no real tooth to it ain't going to do shit for you. And believe me, if I was still working outdoors and doing stuff like that, I'd probably be doing like a 600 grit with a low grit strop, like doing the 28 micron and maybe going to 14 micron. But you know, the environment I'm in now, the mirror polished edge serves me a bit better. Come on. Okay, so I think the secret behind the view count going up is the chat speed. Like, the faster chat's moving, the more people come in, from what I can tell. It's like, we went up to, was it like 68 or 70, something like that? It looked like, when we were doing the Rectum game, and everybody was putting stuff in really fast, and now that it's slowed back down again, we're down to like 26, 27. Yeah, we do need a topic. I'm trying to think of something that can get everybody stirred up, get the blood all angry up. It's like we've done movies and stuff like that. Yeah, favorite fixed knife. I know we just did that earlier, but I don't really have a favorite because I don't really carry and use them enough to really know how well one of them do to actually develop a favorite. Okay, so we got our edge set. We can go ahead and strop the piss out of it. And let me tell you, Let me tell you, I hope when I get the professional in, I don't find out that it takes every bit as long to sharpen a knife on that one and we can't get different stones. I will be pissed. I will be pissed. Did you guys see reports that North Korean troops in Russia are now like catastrophically addicted to watching porn? Yeah, it's just, they're out in Russia and it's the first time in their life they've had like unrestricted access to the internet. So there's like both surprising and predictable at the same time. Yeah, like I almost feel bad for whoever's got to manage dealing with those guys when they get back. Like, seriously. Like, is there really any going back to what North Korea is? Yeah. Yeah, that's hey, so I'd like to defect to your country. You know what? You got a bathroom I can use for like 20 minutes? I'll be right back. Yeah, I am defecting, but I'll be right back. I guarantee you my ass wouldn't be going back. Now, I don't know if Russia would allow them to defect, but I'd be like going over to Ukraine, like, please just lock me up, POW, whatever it takes. I want to defect. I guess if you want to see like a bit of an example of roughly what to expect, give or take, check out the Amish guys that decide to leave and join the rest of the world, and the kind of shit they go through trying to adjust. That's kind of probably going to be borderline exactly what's happening with the North Korean guys. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is I know how to survive a bad situation and being in, some of those kinds of living conditions. Like no shit, I've been there, but like once I'm out of those situations, I will die before I go back, you know? Like that's like the guys that defect to North Korea. Like, sir, you do understand the folly of your ways, correct? Do you understand what you're doing wrong here? Yeah, just on one level, it does amaze me that people can live like that and do that to each other, but you know, on the other side of that coin, that is just base human nature. That's the way people have been since, well, societies first started. It is what it is. All right, so we can get ourselves out a new box. Oh. Yeah, we're at 6 hours and 17 minutes. So we got give or take about 45 minutes, an hour left, and then we're gonna call it. I'm assuming whoever this Johnny Somali is, he's nothing like Johnny Bravo. So we pulled a 128 right there. Yeah, it's good and sharp. Now that being said, we started out at like 167 on the last one, and it went to 600 in like 20 minutes. Yeah, like I like to think about you know, what I could do if that thing had like, you know, 1,000 grit stone to bridge the gap between the 800 and the ceramic plate. Like I'd like to have access to more stones. Seems like capping it at 800 is a bit on the low side, especially like there's room in that holder for like a third bar. You know, there's room in the tray where you keep the stones for a third triangle-y bar thing. Like, why is there not another set of stones for it? Travis, Team Sprinkles, what's going on, dude? Cardboard Slayer's good, man. We did the White Ozark Trail a little while ago. That did exactly what I thought it would for 3CR13. I don't know where the hell I just put those two. And now we're going back in on this burner knife on a new edge to see how it holds up. Nah, Travis, after your tip down bullshit, your Team Sprinkles, you're locked in, man. G-Tear, that's reasonable. That is reasonable. Nah, Travis is just Team Regular Sprinkles. He's Team Regular Plain Old Sprinkles. You guys can be Team Titty Sprinkles, but Travis is Team Regular Sprinkles. And I can already feel where there's going to be a problem on the mossy oak axis lock when we do cardboard slayer with it. That very small handle is going to get very uncomfortable very fast. Travis, no, you have been Team Sprinkles since before Team No Sprinkles existed. I was there when it was founded. Yeah, I'm not sure what else I could do with the shredded cardboard besides have it recycled. Like, it does get recycled. I can't imagine the pain in the ass that would be trying to get rid of it. Like, I just drag it back to work with me and throw it in the baler and it gets recycled. I can't even begin to guess, like, how much fun it wouldn't be to try to throw it out with the regular trash. But it do be getting recycled. Damn, Travis going for someone's soul. I did debate the virtues of acquiring pizza today. However, the decision-making process happened too late in the day, and I wouldn't be able to get out there, get back in here to get the live stream started properly. I was like, ah, fuck it. I tell you what's a bit of a disappointment is had a Burger King right next to my house. And I got a soft spot for that one because that's kind of what kept me going whenever the ulcerative colitis thing happened and I damn near shit myself to death. It was literally ordering from there every day or so. Enough to eat for the whole day. And I kept myself above water that way because before, like that first 2 weeks or so, 2 weeks or something like that, the doctor that I saw first is like, yeah, just kind of go on yogurt and not too much else. Go easy on yourself. And it's like, that wasn't working. And then the gastroenterologist I saw that was actually competent, it's like, yeah, you should not be doing dairy. It's like, all right, good to know. Everything else is fair game. All right. So I kind of lived off of that place for a while. There's never a line. It was always done right. Order was never fucked up. And then it shut down. So it's like, hopefully they replace it with something cool. Maybe some variety here. No, it's a fucking bank. They're building a fucking bank. Like I want a goddamn bank there. Sons of bitches. Do not besmirch the good name of Little Caesars. Yeah. Little Caesars is damn good at doing what they do. Like, and the thing is like, you know, Domino's, Pizza Hut, Papa John's, none of them are as good as they were fucking a decade ago. None of them. They all taste, they are all like orders of magnitude shittier than they were a decade ago. Yeah. No, like, it used to be fucking amazing. And I don't think that's nostalgia talking. There has been a dramatic drop in quality, and it's just been kind of sliding downhill for the longest fucking time now. Yeah, that's again where Little Caesars is not taking a shit on their quality or anything else. It's still the same thing it was a decade ago. They're damn good at doing what they do. Yeah, when I was a kid, we had a little hole in the wall shop, and the guy that ran it was an Italian guy. It was his place, and that dude could belt out some unbelievably good sounding opera in Italian. And he'd do that every so often while he was working, I guess to keep himself entertained. But that place was mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. And unfortunately, he passed away, and one of his kids took over and completely fucked it up and ran it out of business in no time. I can't begin to imagine how thin the profit margin on that was, but god damn, that was some good shit. Well, and the thing that surprises me is no one's really stepped in to fill the void left behind by, you know, the chains generating far shittier pizza at far too high of a price. Like, you know, Domino's, they are good for the dirt cheap medium pizzas, buying them 2 at a time. If you order them right, they're still pretty decent. Well, now they're $7. Me with knives. Now they're $7. But, you know, like, everything is still way more expensive than it should be for how shitty it's gotten. You'd think somebody would have stepped up and filled the void of it actually being as good as it used to be for the kind of prices you got to pay now. You know, that's one of the things that we were talking about on a few streams now. Like, if I could successfully time travel and, you know, completely dodge the butterfly effect or creating a paradox, you know, zero-sum game, nothing's different when I return home. Probably the first, like, the first, you know, week or two of being back in, like, the late 80s, early 1990s, is going to places like Pizza Hut, McDonald's, Burger King, all that. Just like, this is exactly how I remember it. Things are worse now. And then, you know, go pick up some Sobe in a glass bottle. Get a case of a Surge to bring back with me. Go grab some Jolt Cola. Just all that, you know. Yeah, we do have Marco's. Marco's at least was good at one point. I don't know about now. I completely forgot they existed because they had like 2 deliveries where it showed up like after a 2-hour wait basically and it's lukewarm. It's like, yeah, we're not doing that again. I need to take a look at that. You're right, Marco's does exist. Yeah. And it's a shame, like when Jolt Cola came back briefly, they did it the stupidest fucking way possible. They used like harder to manufacture, more expensive cans. Their marketing was not good. Like they did one of everything wrong to come back and actually stay back. Travis, we might have, but I mean, this shit was downhill before the pandemic. Like this shit was already downhill. Like I said, I'm still surprised you can't just pop the partial out and just eat like that. I mean, I've only got 9 teeth and they're all on the bottom and I can still pound half a pizza, no fucking problem, by myself. Because goddamn it, I will find a way. Nobody eats hot pizza. What the shit? Cold pizza is only prime when you're slightly hungover. Like if you know how to use your microwave with extreme prejudice and do it properly. The Ozark Trail went for a lot more than 500 cuts, dude. A lot more than 500. Like we haven't had anybody that can sit there and successfully count these, but just in the few seconds I've had this panel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cuts. In no time flat. Yeah, we're measuring in hours. There's no way in fuck that I can keep track of the number of cuts while I'm doing this. Even when I was doing this by myself with no live stream and no one to talk to while I was doing it, I still could barely keep track. Like even ticking off every 10 cuts. I couldn't do it. See, it's like this little ass panel here is good for the better part of like 45 cuts. You know, you do one of these boxes, 4 sides, about we'll say 40 cuts. That's just 160 cuts, maybe a few more on one tiny box, and it's probably going to be more. It's probably going to be closer to 200 to 220 cuts because that was a small panel we did, and that's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's like 30 cuts, 60 cuts on the small panels, and then another 90 cuts on the larger panels. You know, that one tiny box is going to go for around 150-ish cuts by itself. We have already done... Jeff Foxworthy's Pen, what's going on? How you doing? You talking about the you talking about the storm pooper? We got an air fryer and never actually used it. God, you can tell I'm getting tired because I'm starting to screw up the flick on this. But yeah, I mean, Ozark Trail's quality control is kind of hit or miss. Mine had a screw fall out while I was carrying it for the week, so I put a new one in. I had to grind it down to length. But yeah, that's unfortunate. Like this one, it held up fine all week. It did good on Cardboard Slayer. It acted like 3CR13 with a good heat treat on it. I can't find anything to really complain about outside of the one little screw right here falling out. Yeah, did like you have screws fall out on it or what? But let's see. One. Yeah, like we've already done more than 750 cuts on this. Oh yeah, the Swiss Tech's gonna be good. News Radio, what's up? Welcome, man. Yeah, like we've already done over 750 cuts on this. Like we got 5 boxes at about 150 cuts a box. So like Bruno Palarnum, what's going on? How are you doing? We got Brazil up in the house. Uh-oh, is everyone going pixelated again? YouTube, get it together. Yeah, I've got the Luzon XL. I love that thing. I do. It's kind of a shame that I don't manage to get those crazy giant folders in all that often. Yeah, I wish YouTube would get its shit together. Give it a minute. It'll probably clear up. Yeah, see, that's the thing is, oh, the Frenzy is good. The Frenzy is good. It's a lot of fun. And a lot of people don't know this, but you can flick it off the fuller. Damn, Bruno, more power to you, man. Rob, you out of here? All right, man. See you later. I have got some of their other ones to check out. Honestly, I would probably just buy another Axis for $5. Like just about everybody that's had theirs has had a good experience, but there are going to be oddballs that make it past QC that aren't any good. However, I do have more of the $5 knives coming up. Right now, I'm carrying the $3.57 Axis lock from Mossy Oak. Man, I wish I knew how to pronounce your name. But this is a $10 burner knife off of Amazon. The only reason it's cutting nice is I sharpened it myself. Oh, I'm sure somebody out there is cloning Luzons. If anyone's got Temu, do me a favor and check real quick. And just like that, in the course of 32 minutes, we have hit right about 900 cuts. All right. So that's where, like, keeping track in hours is a lot easier. And because I'm cutting at approximately the same pace time, we know what to expect and when to expect it. You know, like, I expect this to be hitting probably around 300 right up in here where these cuts have started. So we're going to take a look at that. $269 on that. So yeah, 323. So 30 minutes in, we got a 323. That's about 900 cuts. So we are gonna, yeah, we are gonna pause this right here at the 30-minute mark and pick this back up at the tail end of the next live stream. Yeah, my wish list is also quite large. Just the biggest thing that I have in the immediate future is going to be the Hogue Deca and Magna Cut. Just fingers crossed that it goes on sale somewhere on Black Friday or on a Black Friday sale. But yeah, so this I'm actually quite happy with. I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, I'll make I'll make an addendum. All right, the next knife on my wish list for me personally is the Hogue Deca and Magna Cut. But there's a list of stuff that I have lined up for stuff that I want to show you guys, that I want to do videos on for you guys. That is a good bit longer. But buying the nicer stuff for me, I'm like having to buy very slowly and carefully, because that Magna Cut money could be going into the Blade Show fund instead. So it's kind of like, it's a tough decision to make, you know, and that's just like the super chats and donations. You know, that's, again, some of that is going to the Blade Show fund for 2025. And then some of that is going towards buying stuff to give away to you guys. So I would love it next month if we had enough to both put a significant chunk back in the Blade Show fund, and also get you guys a Deca and Magna Cut. You know, have something cool for you guys too. because the first deck I buy is for me. That is coming out of my holiday bonus from work. So that first one is for me. It's pretty much guaranteed it's going to be a clone if it's on Temu, dude. Clone is pretty much guaranteed. But no, I know you were asking about other knives, Jeff Foxworthy's pen. So I've got these guys to take a look at. I'm either taking a look at this or I'm taking this gift set apart and pulling one of these to carry after the I have a couple of the Ganzo styled the Spyderco styled Ganzos. The ones I have, it's not that they are clones of Spyderco's, it's their clones of the birds, the Spyderco budget line, where like they're too close for my personal taste. That's where I don't agree with it. That's why I've kind of left Ganzo alone. But everybody wants to see him, so I do have a Ganzo or two back and waiting that I'm pretty sure aren't clones, or so close to being clones that I don't want to touch them. So those are coming up at some point in the future. But you know, this week it's going to be this Mossy Oak $3.57 Axis lock. Like I'm looking forward to the week with this. And of course, I got the second cheapest knife on Amazon to carry with me too for a couple of days. I'm not carrying that for the whole week because fuck that. Yeah, well, I mean, the reason I got this is all three are tip up, which is hard to find in an Ozark Trail, just like this was the only other tip up in the Crimbus display. And so I wanted to get this and take a look at these guys, and they're G10. Like, these are G10. So the G10 on that got my attention. And of course, we can do a live stream with one of these and use the sharpener they give you with it to see if that actually does anything. Right, painted on Damascus. Yeah, I hate tip down, but we all live in sin. But we can play around with these and use the sharpener they give you with it, and see if that really does any good at all for the live stream. We got the little Swiss Army knife to play around with. If I decide I want to carry that somehow. I don't know if I want it on my key ring, maybe, but we can see how it does. So we still got stuff to go through. Like we got a week out of this, a week out of this, a week out of this. And then of course, you know, the week with this. So we got stuff to do for a little while. And I don't know if I'm going to get any more holiday stuff from Walmart unless I happen to find the Civivi gift set, which I would love to see, but I don't know if I actually will. We'll just have to see. Yeah, we got about 10 minutes here before we shut this thing down because I am quite tired and we just passed the 7-hour mark. This one doesn't look like it's got ceramic in it. It might be ceramic, however, we're gonna see if it makes a difference. Ceramic or not. This may actually be like a carbide pull through that does strip metal off. Again, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Yeah. But yeah, I said it may be carbide. I'm not 100%. Yeah, this, and that's the thing. For my personal taste and what I'm trying to do with the channel here, clones are kind of a no-go. They like if you're running a YouTube channel, clones I feel like do harm the integrity of your channel a bit. You know, I do feel like they harm the integrity of your channel a bit, but I'm not going to bash anybody else for their personal preferences. You know, like I'm not a Facebook group. I'm not a gear basher so much. Now, Smith & Wesson, I will fucking make fun of all day long. But you know, like I'm not a gear basher. I'm not a Facebook group. I'm not trying to moderate what you purchase and don't purchase. It's just something for me that I'm not going to buy. You know, I have a few. Yeah, counterfeits are 100% off the table. You know, and again, like it depends on who you ask. It depends on who you ask what a clone is, because some people will say this is just a bug out clone. They'll say this is just a bug out clone. They'll say this is just a bug out clone. You know, so you kind of have to draw your own personal line at what, you know, what becomes a clone and when you're in clone territory. Is it in here? Give me a second here, guys. Like this right here. This is a Ganzo. It is very clearly an Ontario Rat 2 clone with a crossbar lock on it. It is a Rat 2 clone. It's a clone. They just added a fucking axis lock. Well, they're not even near. Like, you're going to look at the Vosteed Raccoon and say, that's a bug out clone. Or look at a Kaiser Drop Bear and say, that's a bug out clone because they share a couple of the same features. You know, this isn't a near clone of a bug out. It's a knife that has an axis lock. Same thing here. It's not a near clone. It's a knife that has an axis lock. I'm looking for the other one that I know. The other Ganzo that I'm pretty sure is in this box that I know I have a problem with. No, I gave that to a coworker. Well, no, it's not that it has the hole and the blade that's the issue. It's that the shape of the handle, the shape of the blade, the grind, everything is fucking identical. They just changed the shape of the hole on the blade. That's it. It's an egg-shaped hole instead of one that has like a teardrop shape. That's the only difference. You know? Yeah, I do wish YouTube would get its shit together. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find the Rat 2 I normally have over here. There it is. Like I said, that is just a straight up clone. 100% straight up clone. Yeah, no, and I get it. Ganzos are built well, they work well, they do their thing well. That is all fine and good. That's what I'm saying. I've got some Ganzos that I'm pretty sure aren't clones of anything. I'm pretty sure that I do want to play with. You know, like this one right here. I've got a feeling this might be a clone of something. I don't know what, but I don't know what it would be a clone of. But it's built well, and it does good. Ah, see, there we are. Yeah, well, it's not just that. All right, it's not just that. All right, there's a lot of the budget stuff like this. I think this is 440C. So like for this, I don't think it's necessarily that much cheaper than this is. This is not an expensive knife. So the 440C is not really a step down from the AUS 8. It's not. But you know, you get a clone of, say, a Ganzo clone of a Benchmade 940 Osborne. You're getting worse steel. You're getting worse steel out of it. There are a lot of clones where, yes, it is a clone. It might be built well, but you're getting way worse steel. And, you know, that will be where some of your, you know, aside from the cost for the brand on the knife, all right, aside from paying the butterfly tax, aside from paying the tick tax, a lot of your cost comes down to the steel and the heat treatment process on the steel, because that can get expensive fast. You know, a lot of guys kind of underestimate how expensive heat treating a blade can get. Wow, there we are. Yeah, and again, another axis lock that centrifugal opens. Like, that is such a cool fact to know. Yeah, and like, I think 440C has got better edge retention than the AUS 8. However, it should be a little bit chippier and a bit more brittle. Like, the AUS 8 still did pretty good as far as I remember. And again, like, I've done so many I've kind of forgot now, but I do have the Aftermath playlist to show where the AUS 8 did. And we did do 440C on one of these Ganzos. I forget which one. Oh, God. Yeah, Buck's 440 is kind of soft. No, it's just like you get into the super steels where they're made in small batches and heat treated in small batches, and you'd be surprised. Like, you know, a good super steel may take like 3 days to do a full heat treatment process on, if not longer. Yeah, I'd have to check my other dropouts, and it may just be an issue of lubrication on the pivot, and the pivot might be a little bit too tight. But like, centrifugal open, centrifugal open. That surprises me a little bit with the centrifugal open. Like, y'all can hear that. That is not a very loud click. It's not a satisfying click. And centrifugal open. But, you know, it's like some of these steels, like, you can't even heat treat them in the home shop. Like, you have to have an ungodly advanced shop with an ungodly amount of super advanced equipment to do a proper heat treatment on some of these steels. Like, I've gone and done some research on some of these steels to do the heat treatment on them. Arizona EDC, what is going on? How you doing? But like, those heat treatments can get nuts. Yeah, but at that point, I'd rather buy like an original design that might share some similarities, but not like a straight up 100% clone. And again, you got to take that with a grain of salt, because we're talking about me trying to run a YouTube channel, and running clones on a YouTube channel, it damages the channel. All right. A lot of people don't want to see clones. They don't want to see stuff like that. That's why you don't see channels get very big that are just reviewing clones and just showing off clones of stuff. There can be clone to original comparisons and stuff like that occasionally, but like, clones will hurt a YouTube channel. They will hurt a YouTube channel. So it's showing it as available. However, the guys that are on this live stream that went in and tried to get it, when you go to put it in your cart, it says not available then. You know, I vaguely remember hearing something like that. I think it was talked about on one of my other live streams. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, honestly, I would have no problem EDCing this thing. I would have a problem putting it on the YouTube channel, because that will do some serious damage to what I'm trying to do here. You know? Like running this will help the channel. Running that Ganzo will harm the channel. Yeah, there are exceptions out there. I know, what was it? Patty's Potato Peelers. He was doing nothing but like Ganzos and dirt cheap clones for a while. But, you know, generally speaking, in my experience, clones have been like unhealthy for channels. They haven't really done a lot of good. Yeah. And that's the thing is like, you know, I generally speaking, I'm not a big fan of clones. Like I've found out stuff that I bought as a civilian before I had a YouTube channel was a clone. And I'm like, I don't like the fact that it's a clone. And it's weird, you know. Human Time Machine, what's up? But, you know, it just, it doesn't work for me. And it's weird too, because people will buy a clone of a gun, no problem whatsoever. You know, we'll buy clones of everything else, clones of tools. Yeah, you know, a lot of everything else, no problem. But then knives is one of those hills we'll die on. Knives, watches, stuff like that. It's the stuff that you show off to people. That's where we all apparently draw the line. Yeah, Human Time Machine, you caught us at 7 hours and 12 minutes into the stream, so we're on our cooldown lap. We're wrapping things up. But I think that's the thing. It's stuff that you show to people. That's where we all tend to draw the line as far as clones go. You know, guns seem to not quite follow that, but guns are also so expensive that, you know, a good clone that works well, it's just too good to pass up. No worries, Human Time Machine. You know, and I think like I've been trying to articulate that thought for a long time. No, imagine going to Blade Show with a clone of a Medford and just being like, hey man, you guys are doing so much better now. This is awesome. Like, just imagine doing that. Oh yeah, like personally, I can't sit there and watch a live stream once the thing is done. Like if I'm not there watching it while it's happening, it ain't happening. That's just me though. All right, Terry, we're gonna give it about another 5 minutes here, but I do have to wrap things up because I do have to wake up at 11 a.m. to go to work. So I'm not too far away from pounding meds and welcoming oblivion. Yeah, no, you're right. Like you're right with that. Like you can't say rewind 20 minutes and start 20 minutes back and have it cooperate that much. But yeah. I said I'm still surprised. Like if Mossy Oak would have packaged this for $5 too, that would have been an absolute fucking That's the thing, is like Mossy Oak. They need to start doing these little Axis locks like this and packing them up for $5 too. All right, Tara, appreciate you being here, man. Bullseye Ben, what's up? Yeah, Taurus is Brazil. No, like I said, I'm not disappointed with the Ganzos I have. Where is it? Where is it? Like, I think this one might not be a clone of something else. I think. And I'm pretty sure this is the one we did the 440C live stream with. But, you know, it's again, I'm not mad at the build quality. I'm not mad at the materials. You know, I just... And it's centrifugal opens. Yeah, like I still do want a Taurus Judge. I'm not gonna lie. Just the option of switching between a 410 slug, 410 shot, and a 45 ACP, like all in the same chamber, the same cylinder. Yeah, and like if I had the kind of money to do properly destructive testing, like just push the knife to the point of being completely destroyed, and then doing a comparison between a clone and an original, that video could be oh, nice, very nice. You know that those videos could help. Um, those could be good for the channel. Um, yeah, and like I said, it's more of like for me doing a Joe X thing, it would be to directly compare something like a clone or you know a lower end version that's very very similar to the original, and yeah, like I'm not set up for that right now. Now, at some point down the road, if the channel can justify buying a you know better camera equipment, better filming rig, editing software, all that, then that'll be worth taking a look into. Um, but right now, it's not quite where I want it to be for that. Oh yeah, I'm sure some people's first EDC is going to be one of these things. That is just, it is still mind blowing to me that just about all the axis locks centrifugally open like this. That is absolutely nuts. Oh yeah, like it is a hell of a time to be a knife guy. Yeah, and I mean that's the thing. Like if I traveled a lot, it would probably be touchdown and just drop by somewhere and grab a cheap burner knife and then throw it out whenever I you know, before I get back to the airport or give it to somebody. Um but thankfully I don't travel like that, so I don't have to worry about it that much. Because like even if it was like a $6 knife, I'd still feel kind of guilty about just throwing it away if it wasn't destroyed. Yeah, that's part of why I geek out over this. It's so cool to be able to get this for $5, especially knowing what I know about what things used to be like, both not that long ago and way back in the day. But it's time to wrap this up, guys. I'm going to shut this down. I've got to go lay down and just crash. I am exhausted and I got to go work tomorrow. So you guys that are still here, thank you so much for riding this whole thing out with us. Keep an eye out. Should be Saturday. We're going to go do our live stream on this one and see how it stacks up against this. But yeah, it's time to go. So you guys, thank you so much. Y'all have a good night. I will see y'all later. We are signing off right now.